Hello everyone, welcome to the MIKTA Academic Dialogue in 2020. We are coming to you from Seoul, Korea, and streaming live on YouTube. In this webinar, there will be experts from the MIKTA countries, Mexico, Indonesia, Korea, Turkey, and Australia. My name is Youngwan Kim. I'm a professor at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. I will preside over the dialogue today. The MIKTA Academic Dialogue is organized by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea with the theme of post-COVID-19 global orders and MIKTA's role as a middle power partnership. We will have 2 sessions and in-depth panel discussions with MIKTA leaders and experts. As you may know, South Korea is a chair country of the MIKTA in 2020. Tae Lee, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in South Korea, sent us his opening remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and good evening. It is a great pleasure to open the 2020 MIKTA Academic Dialogue. I warmly welcome the distinguished experts and scholars from MIKTA member states. I find it regrettable, though, to be unable to meet you in person, but I appreciate you being with us despite the time differences. MIKTA, launched in 2013, has indeed firmly established its place as a new partnership of middle powers spanning various regions. In less than 7 years, MIKTA has accumulated an impressive track record: 17 foreign ministers' meetings, 5 parliamentary speakers' consultations, and more than 70 joint statements issued on many occasions regarding a variety of global issues. 9 months into the COVID-19 pandemic, which is impacting almost every single aspect of our lives, the world is going through further exacerbated challenges that revealed vulnerabilities in the global governance system. Under these circumstances, each of us should remain separated physically, but unless we unite in our fight against coronavirus, we will all fall to it. The spirit of global unity, solidarity, and cooperation is now called for, more keenly than ever before, in the ongoing great war of the humanity against this pandemic and for global health security. I believe that it is precisely during this unprecedented time of a global crisis that middle power countries such as MIKTA should step forward to further boost multilateral cooperation. It is all the more so because we are all great beneficiaries and strong supporters of multilateralism. Furthermore, I believe MIKTA, as an innovative consultative platform, can serve as a driving force for bolstering multilateralism and mastering our approach to give real effect to it. Indeed, our 5 countries have remained firmly committed to drumming up multilateralism all the way since the outbreak of the COVID-19. We have all been at forefront, together and individually, in galvanizing the multilateral response to COVID-19. Collectively, our 5 countries adopted a ministerial joint statement on COVID-19 and global health in April. In the joint statement, we expressed our solidarity as a group on the global journey towards overcoming the pandemic and building a more resilient future, and emphasized the crucial role of relevant international organizations, in particular the WHO. In July, the MIKTA foreign ministers virtually met for the first ever MIKTA ministerial video conference. They underscored in one voice the urgent need to strengthen multilateralism amid the current COVID-19 situation, and agreed to further step up collaboration among the MIKTA member countries on the multilateral stage, including the United Nations. For each part, Korea took the lead in launching a series of friends groups in an effort to promote action-oriented collaboration under the umbrella of the global health architecture. In New York, Geneva, and Paris, Korea is pushing ahead, together with other friends, with the causes of solidarity for global health security, global infectious disease response, and inclusion with global citizenship education. In line with this spirit, having assumed the chairmanship of MIKTA this year, Korea thought it would be appropriate for this academic seminar to focus on a theme of post-COVID-19 global orders and MIKTA's role as a middle power partnership. I'm confident that this seminar today will indeed provide a meaningful opportunity for you, who are from all MIKTA member states, to share views on ways to take MIKTA forward with the goal of contributing to strengthening multilateralism in the midst of a global health crisis. And I also believe that this seminar will generate valuable momentum for revitalizing academic exchanges among member states of MIKTA, given that a seminar of similar kind was held 3 years ago. Once again, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the participants. You reflect indeed so well MIKTA's diversity and dynamism. And I very much look forward to fruitful and lively discussions today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister Lee. Next, there will be a welcoming remarks by Sang-Hwan Lee, the President of Korea Association of International Studies and Professor at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. Please welcome.
Good morning, colleagues. Good evening in Mexico. Vice Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Lee Tae-ho, distinguished speakers, panelists, and guests from the 5 countries of Australia, Indonesia, Korea, Mexico, and Turkey. I'm more than pleased to welcome you to the MIKTA Academic Dialogue on the theme of post-COVID-19 global order and MIKTA's role as a middle power partnership. I would like to thank the Korean Ministry of Foreign Affairs for hosting this meaningful event and for giving KAIS this opportunity to share our thoughts on this very timely topic. Today, the COVID-19 pandemic is changing the way of life, both in domestic and international global communities. Post-COVID-19 era is being characterized as deglobalization and digitalization. Deglobalization has originated from the COVID-19 pandemic and its consequent problems, including restriction on travel and transfer of goods. Digitalization continues to accelerate because of the pandemic and the ICT revolution. Furthermore, the COVID-19 recession is a major ongoing global economic crisis. The crisis, the worst global economic situation since the Great Depression in the 1930s, began due to the economic consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, which is still in progress as we speak. This recession has been unusually severe and is causing rapid increases in unemployment in many countries. And as COVID-19 continues to spread, some countries, including South Korea, are putting their citizens on various forms of lockdown. In April, the foreign ministers from MIKTA member countries, issued a joint statement to call for robust global cooperation in fighting COVID-19. They maintained that MIKTA members, together with other G20 countries, should employ all available policy tools to minimize economic and social damage from the pandemic. In addition, the ministers noted that openness, transparency, and democracy are key factors in providing measures to protect people from the pandemic. MIKTA aims to support effective global governance despite its diversity in terms of geography, culture, and socio-economic situation. All member states are in unity to ensure global governance systems are working in order to improve security and economic interests. As a cross-regional partnership, MIKTA's middle powers need to play a more profound and effective leading role in the global community in these enduring times. Indeed, the international community has high expectations for MIKTA. As a matter of fact, MIKTA member states have been dealing with the issues such as UN Security Council reform, peacekeeping, anti-terrorism, refugee problems, development cooperation, climate change, and epidemics. Now we recognize that COVID-19 is a new disease that requires collaborative response, including sharing of information and solutions between nations. We need to share our respective experiences in addressing the pandemic in an open, transparent, and democratic manner. At a time when great powers are busy at finger-pointing, we should enhance our collaboration further to overcome the pandemic. This academic dialogue is designed to discuss a post-COVID-19 global order and MIKTA's role as a middle power partnership as the theme for MIKTA academic dialogue this year. We have two sessions today. In session 1, MIKTA experts will discuss the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on the dynamics of national interest and prospects of a post-COVID-19 global order. In session 2, MIKTA experts will contemplate ways to deepen our collaboration to promote multilateralism and global health security for the enhancement of socio-economic recovery and global resilience. Distinguished panelists, today's seminar provides an excellent opportunity to discuss the role of MIKTA on global issues and build networks to help solve the COVID-19 crisis. I hope you will have detailed discussions on ways to encourage creative ideas from middle power diplomacy. I look forward to meaningful debate on what kind of strategies MIKTA should pursue in solving COVID-19 related problems. I wish you all the best in your intellectual exercise today. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks a lot for your message. As I said, and also Professor Lee reminds, there will be two sessions in today's dialogue. The first session's theme is Prospect for Post-COVID-19 Global Orders and MIKTA. In this session, MIKTA experts will discuss impact of COVID-19 on dynamics of national interest and prospects of post-COVID-19 global orders. In the second session, we will have the theme of COVID-19 and promoting multilateralism and global health security. MIKTA experts will talk about ways to deepen our collaboration for promoting multilateralism and global health security for socio-economic recovery and global resilience. Now, let us begin the session 1 of the MIKTA Academic Dialogue in 2020. Foremost, I would like to welcome all panelists and moderator, Seokwoo Kim, professor at the University of Seoul. From now on, Professor Kim will lead the session. Please.
Thank you, Professor Kim. I'm Seokwoo Kim from University of Seoul. Welcome to the first session. As we heard from the Vice Minister and the President, we are living in a new world. Wearing masks has become normal, and social distancing becomes a very popular both in word and in behavior. And the word positive has become the most negative word these days. It's a very irony. And the social distancing turns into the national distancing, dramatically reducing exchanges and interactions among the countries. Then we all are struggling to cope with the new crisis, public health and economic and social crisis. But as the title of this session implies to us, it is the right time for us to prepare for the future, how to promote multilateralism and global governance in international society in a way to promote cooperation among the MIKTA member countries as a diplomatic platform and partnership. This session is about that. This session is about the now and the future of MIKTA. And I think there will be some positive and negative assessments about the MIKTA, and I will expect there some policy proposals to develop MIKTA more in the future. And I heard that I read the newspaper this morning that our president, the Korean President Moon Jae-in, will deliver his speech at the high-level UN meeting next week as the chair country representative of MIKTA. Then I think that there are some of the proposals and the ideas and opinions of this session may be reflected in that speech. In that sense, it's a very important session. Okay, I will invite the first presenter from the Australian side, Professor Jeffrey Robertson. He is working at Yonsei University in Korea, but he is representing Australia. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you. 15 minutes of mask freedom.
Yeah.
Great. First, thank you, Professor Kim, and I'd like to thank South Korea's Ministry of Foreign Affairs for hosting this academic dialogue. I think it's really important at this stage to talk about MIKTA. Now, at these events, there's kind of a common occurrence which occurs when academics get around a circle and they heap praise upon the subject. Academics are talking about their favorite things, and all of a sudden, MIKTA becomes perfect. All of a sudden, MIKTA can save the world. Well, I'm not going to do that. But I'm not just a balding, grumpy pessimist. All of my criticism is actually going to be constructive criticism. So, my short discussion piece covers two things. One, it looks at the impact of COVID-19 on diplomatic practice and global governance. Two, from this, it discerns the potential impact on MIKTA. So regardless of whether recovery from COVID-19 occurs over a short period or a medium-term period, it's becoming clear that it's going to have a lasting impact on diplomacy and global governance. And this is because COVID-19 has actually sped up long-term trends in multilateral governance administration, foreign policy management, and digital technology usage. So how has it done this? Well, COVID-19 has furthered the long-term trend of increasing executive influence over foreign policy decision-making and administration. This long-term trend could have been seen across many countries. You can see it, and it's evidenced by the balance between political appointees and courier diplomats in ambassadorial appointments. It's evidenced by the size of departmental budgets. It's evidenced by the politicisation of foreign policy. COVID-19 is a crisis, and we naturally accept a greater executive role during a crisis. But like other crises, a lot of those powers which are passed to the executive in foreign policy administration are not going to return to the foreign ministry. COVID-19 has also brought out growing dissatisfaction with multilateral governance. There's long been a recognition that global governance, the current system of global governance, needs reform. It doesn't fully reflect strategic realities. It's increasingly unable to achieve its aims. It's becoming much more political than practical, and it's even become bloated, inefficient, and corrupt. The classic example of this is the actions and reactions to the performance of the World Health Organization in the midst of a global pandemic. Now, COVID-19 has also forced innovation-resistant, very conservative foreign ministries to adapt to digital technologies. To begin with, the implementation of digital practices, video conferencing, proved difficult and frustrating for many foreign ministries and for individual diplomats. There's no non-verbal signals, no body language to aid communication. There's less opportunities for networking. There's no coffee conversations to float ideas off the record. But over time, digital diplomacy practices are becoming routine. Best practice and preferred techniques are being shared and improved. New skill sets are being developed and personnel training strategies are being implemented. New job roles and new specializations are being created. These changes are actually being highlighted right now. Just the other day, on the 15th of September, the 75th United Nations General Assembly session began. It's the first ever virtual General Assembly. There's going to be no crowded airports. There's no endless presidential motorcades careening down First Avenue. There's no standing room only moments in the General Assembly Hall, and there's no packed media events on the sidelines. Meetings are going virtual. But, according to the UN website, the wheels of global diplomacy and sustainable development are still turning at the usual speed. After this event, the biggest question which will be asked is, why haven't we been doing this for the last 20 years? Think of the environmental impact alone. The days of diplomatic travel, hotels and restaurants to attend what many publics see as pointless political talkfests may be ending. It's only 75 years ago that diplomacy evolved with the technology of air travel, and fly-in, fly-out missions became the norm. Today, diplomacy is evolving again with digital technology, and a reduction in fly-in, fly-out missions may be the result. But perhaps most important, the use of digital technologies are becoming viewed as contributing to personal well-being. They're viewed as time-saving, and they're being viewed as cost-efficient. Wholesale adaptation to an online environment presents cost savings that would be impossible in an all in-person environment. The more time spent in the digital diplomacy environment, the less likely foreign ministries will actually be able to return to the previous circumstances. As has been noted by commentators in education, business, retail, and of course academia, the changes precipitated by COVID-19 are likely here to stay, at least some of them. And this has already been evidenced. Foreign ministries are starting to adapt. Just here in South Korea a few days ago, the Foreign Ministry announced that it's going to seek an additional $5 million for its budget in order to build a video conference platform, a secure video conference platform, so that it can continue video conferencing as these meetings spread across the globe. Because of COVID-19, adaptation to digital diplomacy will occur, savings will be made, and these savings will become the norm. It will be very hard to give them up. And at the same time, foreign ministries will face budget pressures over the next 5 years. With much of their work hidden and being difficult to assign to performance indicators, foreign ministries are always a target of budget cutbacks. With less travel and less nationals overseas, they've got an even less supportive constituency than previously. Add this, increased executive power, growing dissatisfaction with multilateral governance, potential cost savings and continued use of digital technology practices, and the calls for budget savings to foreign ministries is only going to increase. So, where does this leave MIKTA? Is MIKTA so indispensable that it will avoid budget cuts? There are widely divergent views on MIKTA. At best, MIKTA is a platform to build relationships with non-traditional partners and to work ever more closely with traditional partners. So such platforms are essential for diplomats. In the diplomatic kit, they enable a diplomat to build networks, establish reputation, build trust. They strengthen links that will pay off at later dates. They're a valuable public diplomacy platform to promote national interests and strengthen bilateral ties between partners. For Australia, MIKTA has served as exactly this. It's enabled Australia to build ever closer ties with Turkey, Mexico and South Korea, and it's given another platform for Australia to continue building its most important relationship with Indonesia. But outside of being an ideal diplomatic platform for relationship building, there's somewhat of a degree of confusion about what MIKTA actually really does and what it actually really achieves. In terms of volume, it's probably achieved as much as any other informal grouping. It's put out 26 joint statements, 11 joint communiques, 9 press releases, 17 other statements and summary memoranda, yada, yada, yada. It's run programs bringing together senior officials, parliamentary speakers, journalists, students, and of course, academics. It maintains a website with adequate information and regular updates. But there's a degree of confusion because of its lack of subject specificity. Its output covers a wide array of topics, from sustainable development to terrorism, from North Korea to civil emergencies, from migration to the creative economy. The spread of subjects means that it's difficult to define MIKTA's purpose. And in public administration terms, and in public finance terms, this means it's also difficult to defend. MIKTA credits only 3 mentions in the Australian Government Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade's annual reports. 3 mentions in the last 3 years. 2 of those mentions were in the glossaries. At worst, MIKTA is a waste of time. It may have made sense 7 years ago, but the international environment has moved on. When it was established in 2013, the G20 was still viewed as the preferred body to address the global issues emerging from the 2008 global financial crisis. Support for the G20 has declined as it expanded its mandate to address additional and more complex issues such as the environment, migration, development. Support has decreased to a degree. Both Australia and South Korea are today looking to join an expanded G7, G8. With direct participation in an expanded G7, G8, their support and interest in building a coalition within the G20 could conceivably decline. Another supposed purpose of MIKTA was to lend middle power support to the strengthening of global governance and multilateralism. And MIKTA certainly attracted a lot of middle power supporters. MIKTA's early promotion as a middle power initiative drew immediate comparisons to APEC and the KANG group. But it was somewhat different. So new forms of middle powerism were thought about. MIKTA was considered to be a new form of middle power activism. It was minilateralism or slender diplomacy, marked by informal and highly flexible coalition building within small networked forums. But with time, hopes for a middle power revival have faded. Individual MIKTA members have demonstrated varying degrees of support for the current systems of global governance, rule of law, and international norms. They take widely different stances on hegemonic power, balance, and support. Contrary to initial hopes, diversity is not strength in global governance. Arguably, hopes for a middle power revival have largely dissipated. Our understanding of middle powers in global governance and their role as mediators, facilitators, and innovators in global governance derives from another era, and that era is now well past. During periods of perceived decreased security risk, such as at the end of the Second World War or at the end of the Cold War, middle powers were able to balance major powers. During these periods, they did act as mediators, facilitators, and innovators in global governance. During periods of perceived increased security risk, such as during the Second World War or at the height of the Cold War, they bandwagoned with major powers. During these periods, they cannot act as mediators, facilitators, and innovators in global governance. In the current strategic environment, middle powers are arguably no longer in a position to be able to mediate, facilitate, or innovate in global governance. The middle power moment is over. Even with a rapid return to normality, these trends and these changes already brought out will have an ongoing impact. Post-pandemic planning for foreign ministries has a potential to bring transformational change to diplomacy and global governance. So, COVID-19 has a potential to directly impact MIKTA. The increased executive role in foreign policy could reduce support for medium-term relationship building platforms such as MIKTA. Popular dissatisfaction with global governance could mean less support for less clearly accountable platforms such as MIKTA. The environmental, financial, and personal cost of summitry and its effective replacement with digital technology, again, could reduce support for MIKTA. Tighter foreign ministry budgets could place added pressure on less accountable platforms such as MIKTA. And the decreasing capacity and willingness of middle powers to act could make MIKTA seem less relevant. But it's important to note, middle power initiatives rarely disappear suddenly. Rather, they slowly wither away. Wither away in neglect. In the wake of COVID-19, rather than being overly optimistic and discussing how MIKTA will solve the problems of the pandemic and global governance, it may be time to think about how it will actually survive. It may be time to think about MIKTA, how MIKTA can evolve to adapt in a new environment before it starts to wither away. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Robertson. Actually, he explained that the COVID-19 has changed diplomacy, global governance, and MIKTA in many aspects. And in the field, academic field of international relations, there is the competition between realism and idealism. But I think that Professor Robertson provides us a kind of a realistic and little bit pessimistic assessment on the history and the current situation of MIKTA. But at the end of the year, his conclusion, he provided how we can develop MIKTA in a more constructive way to survive in global governance. Okay, there will be some discussions and questions about that in the later session. And I will invite the second speaker from the Mexico, Professor Jorge Schiavon from SIDE. Are you with us?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm ready to start.
Okay. You have 15 minutes. Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I sincerely want to thank the Korean Ministry of Foreign Affairs for organizing this MIKTA academic dialogue. And I would also like to thank Dr. Kim for his kind presentation. Finally, I would like to thank the trust given to me by the Mexican Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the last 7 years of having designated me the MIKTA professor in Mexico. And more particularly, I would like to thank my co-author of the paper that I'm presenting today, Diego Dominguez, who is the director for MIKTA within the Mexican Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So what I would like to do is to argue in a bit more optimistic way than Professor Robertson that MIKTA in 2020 can be a mechanism of political dialogue and coordination between middle, regional, and constructive powers that together can make a difference in terms of providing much needed global governance in a time of crisis, especially with coronavirus and the economic crisis that will most definitely come as an effect of the pandemic. I would argue that the current international system has 3 huge challenges. On one hand, the decline of the United States as the sole hegemonic power in the world since the end of the Cold War has created a scenario in which uncertainty prevails and competition among states to become the new hegemon is on the rise. And the empowerment of China as the new economic and political superpower and the possibility of a reorientation of the world to the Pacific have been pointed out by many scholars. On the other hand, second, multilateral institutions, as well said by Professor Robertson, are facing enormous limitations to effectively address the most critical situations facing the international scenario. And third, and most important, I think today, the COVID pandemic and the global efforts to respond to it have been both in the health arena and the economic crisis, to say the least, very timid and very small in terms of its effects and impacts. Therefore, the lack of an hegemonic power that imposes order, stability in the world, and the enormous challenges faced by international institutions to cope with critical situations like COVID-19 and its economic effects have created a growing need for innovative alternatives that can provide public goods in the international level, such as global governance. We argue that middle and constructive powers like MIKTA countries can and must play a leading role not only in filling this capacity vacuum, but also in building and strengthening global governance. Countries to be considered middle powers and constructive powers first have to have the sufficiently important capacities in terms of territory, population, resources, and a significant influence in the international system. But at the same time, they have to be not so big as to be conceived as a threat by other countries. And second, constructive and middle powers must serve as bridges in multiple policy areas, especially between developed and developing countries. In other words, MIKTA countries must be relevant in world affairs without being a threat, and at the same time serve as representatives of the regions or cohorts of similar countries in various realms in order to serve as providers and generators of global governance in the very complicated situation that we're living today due to the coronavirus crisis and its economic effects in terms of generating a global economic crisis. So MIKTA countries are middle, regional, and constructive powers because they can exert influence in the international arena, especially by building coalitions, by fostering multilateral institutions, and serving as bridges between groups of countries and regions. And they also articulate such influence, preferring diplomacy over coercive or military means. Persuasion, mediation, and the development of norms are some of the ways in which MIKTA countries have acquired a leading role and gained legitimacy from other state actors. And second, MIKTA countries firmly believe in institutional frameworks to solve disputes and reach consensus on the different areas in the international arena, exactly generating global governance in these very, very complicated times. And as we all know, global governance is this multi-level collection of governance-related activities, rules, and mechanisms, both formal and informal, public and private, that exist in the world today. And global governance, as everyone knows, is better achieved within an effective institutional framework, just as MIKTA has created in the course of the last 7 years. Global governance is advanced when like-minded countries strengthen international institutions that mitigate conflict, promote cooperation, and bring about better outcomes for all parties. And as trustworthy countries, MIKTA countries have the necessary legitimacy to push for peaceful actions to solve the problems that we are facing today in terms of the health crisis and the economic crisis that will come afterwards. In some MIKTA countries are regional, constructive, and middle powers. Furthermore, they have the characteristics in common to make possible for them to share ideas, policies, and goals, and they can serve as providers of global governance in the respective regions and together in the global community as a whole. So why is MIKTA important and relevant in the current situation in 2020? Because MIKTA differs from other informal groups of countries, like, for example, BRICS, the N11, MINTS, Eagles, and CARS, because they were not created by others, but rather decided themselves to join as an informal mechanism to cooperate among themselves to promote this global governance. MIKTA, as everyone knows, was created 7 years ago, and all MIKTA countries are members of the G20. So far, MIKTA, as already said, has witnessed 17 meetings of foreign ministers and has had the first ever virtual meeting just 2 months ago to address the COVID-19 and its effects on multilateralism and collective action. It has produced tens of joint agreements on issues like sanitary outbreaks, including one on COVID-19, and many, many other important issues. But what's most important is that they share this vision, and in their vision statement, it says that all MIKTA countries have both the will and capacity to contribute to protecting global goods and providing global goods and strengthening global governance. Therefore, MIKTA seeks to serve as a cross-regional consultative platform to find opportunities for cooperation among its members. The grouping seeks to play a bridging role between developed and developing countries to promote global governance and complement the efforts on regionalism. And finally, MIKTA countries see themselves as facilitators in launching new initiatives and implementing global governance reform. And this is exactly what we need today in these very complicated times of coronavirus and economic crisis. For this reason, to face COVID-19, MIKTA countries can actively promote the creation of global mechanisms to accelerate the development and universal access to a vaccine, and also to consider such a vaccine and treatments as global public goods and set pathways to collectively address its intertwined, intermediate, immediate, and longer-term consequences on global and national economies and societies. MIKTA countries are members not only of the G20, but of the most important international organizations like the United Nations, the World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization, the IMF, the World Bank, and OECD, with the exception of Indonesia, who will soon become a member. Therefore, MIKTA has found the spaces of cooperation, not only within these mechanisms, but also by building this mechanism to provide global governance through MIKTA as an association. Now, how can they do this in a very effective and efficient way? Well, first, they have to invest in strengthening their bilateral ties. And here I will become a little bit more pessimistic as Professor Robertson, in the sense that I believe that today the level of communication between them needs to increase, and also the amount of resources and personnel in their embassies and consulates in the other MIKTA countries. Then, through extensive consultation, potential issues of shared interest have started to arise, like economic and trade cooperation, promoting open and global economies, upholding and contributing to strengthening rule-based multilateral trading system and the WTO reform, and most important, working together in terms of attending the COVID and the economic crisis that will come afterward. Therefore, 2020 is the right moment for them to serve as constructive middle powers and consensus builders in terms of the international sanitary and medical cooperation to solve the COVID crisis, and later to promote the creation and implementation of collective actions to produce and distribute the COVID vaccine and attend the economic effects of the disruption of the financial and trade systems due to the sanitary crisis. As firm promoters of multilateralism and multilateralism, they have the necessary credibility, capacity to support and coordinate efforts to address this very urgent need of international cooperation today. I would like to finish with some policy recommendations to increase the capacity of influence of MIKTA countries around the world. First, it is necessary to strengthen the capacities of the ministers of foreign affairs of each of the MIKTA countries so they can conduct effective public diplomacy individually and as a group. Also, the countries have to invest in increasing human, financial, and material resources at their embassies and consulates at other MIKTA countries, but also within their permanent representations in international organizations like the UN, the World Bank, the IMF, the World Health Organization, the WTO, and the OECD, among others. Second, MIKTA societies need to know and understand each other better. It is true that the number of non-state actors such as business people, civil society, scholars, and students lack the necessary knowledge and information to fully engage in joint projects with their MIKTA counterparts. Therefore, if MIKTA aims to become a broad network that involves more than public officials and diplomats, some steps need to be taken to bring together all these other relevant social actors. MIKTA needs to consolidate also its academic exchange network for graduate and postgraduate students by offering scholarships, promoting academic programs in key fields, and creating opportunities for joint research projects and language training among the 5 members. Also, trade and investment is an area where MIKTA countries can devote resources to achieve their goals. Entrepreneurs and investors from these 5 countries need to explore the MIKTA markets more deeply and search for business opportunities and joint projects that will bring about economic and social benefits for everyone, especially with the economic crisis that will come after COVID-19. This has already started with a roundtable discussion, MIKTA doing business, trade and investment opportunities, which was just held 6 months ago in Mexico. And another group that needs to participate more actively in MIKTA is civil society. All 5 countries have vibrant civil society organizations and NGOs that deal with current pressing issues of domestic and international agendas, among them COVID and economic. Therefore, they should work together and meet in forums like the Civil 20 within G20, but as MIKTA members to understand each other better. And finally, the current COVID-19 crisis must serve as a catalyst for all 5 MIKTA members to present a joint position as constructive powers to facilitate global governance and cooperation during the sanitary crisis, the development and distribution of the COVID-19 vaccine and its acknowledgement as a global public good, and finally, updating the financial and trade international systems to provide coordinated solutions of the economic effects of the pandemic to build back the international financial and trade systems. In sum, MIKTA countries are and can serve as middle, regional, and constructive powers. If they join their efforts to consolidate and support all relevant state and non-state actors in their countries, the mechanism will gradually consolidate itself domestically and internationally, allowing MIKTA to become an even more relevant actor to promote and generate public goods in the international system, especially global governance in a time of sanitary and economic crisis, the one that we are living today in 2020. MIKTA is the political dialogue and cooperation mechanism which is ripe to serve its function as facilitator and provider of global governance in this very complex sanitary and economic crisis times that we are living today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Jorge. He provides us a more idealistic and more positive assessment on MIKTA. So far, we heard the two presentations and the two contrasting views on MIKTA. Then I think that the very important question is that is it really meaningful to pursue more cooperation among the MIKTA countries in the future? In what ways? Under what conditions? Or otherwise, we can focus on more the great power policies and diplomacies in the middle of the competition between the United States and China. Which way to go? Which way to adopt from each country's the viewpoint, or collectively as a MIKTA, as a informal diplomatic institution? Then I think that I expect very interesting discussions and questions from our three panelists. I will invite the first panelist from representing the Korean side, Professor Kang Seonjou from the Institute of Foreign Affairs and the National Security. You have 10 minutes. Go ahead. Yeah, she's with me actually here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is my pleasure to participate in MIKTA Academic Dialogue. MIKTA is a dear subject for me because I've been involved with MIKTA from its inception. MIKTA is now 7 years old and has entered its second phase of operation, where the 5 member states rotate to lead the group for a second time. I couldn't agree with all of you today is an opportune time to review and think critically about MIKTA. In this session, I think we hear the word in a positive, negative, pessimistic, optimistic, already enough. But in this session, we are given 2 assessments of MIKTA, which are in stark contrast. Professor Schiavon presents the potential of MIKTA on a positive note. On the other hand, Professor Robertson next to me is rather pessimistic about MIKTA and warns us about what lies ahead of MIKTA. In my opinion, both assessments are correct. MIKTA has both potentials, positive and negative. In other words, MIKTA is at a crossroad to be or not to be. I sound like in Hamlet, don't I? Okay. MIKTA was formed in 2013 as a G20 offshoot. Mexico, Indonesia, Korea, Turkey, and Australia agreed to take their medium-sized resources and direct them toward the ambitious goals, such as strengthening multilateralism, supporting global efforts for stability and prosperity, and facilitating pragmatic and creative solutions to global challenges. When the 5 countries decide to come together under the rubric of MIKTA with a common goal, they could do so because the global environment opened the space for them to shape international relations to a certain degree. At that time, national power was diffusing from west to east and from north to south. And negotiation, cooperation still remained the default option for addressing global issues. Thus, certain expectations were extended on to MIKTA's potential contribution to the maintenance and expansion of the international order. However, it didn't take long before such expectations were proven to be over-optimistic. From 2017, MIKTA's attention and the activism shifted inward and impactless. There was a couple of factors for this downturn. First, Structurally, the global order became less hospitable to influencing from the middle due to great power competition between the United States and China. Neither great power was benign to encourage and accept middle powers' entrepreneurial experts. Unlike in the past, the United States started to see international relations in strict zero-sum terms. The other great power, China, was also proven uninterested in working with the middle power countries. This practically shut down windows for middle power activism and discouraged MIKTA from initiating and forging cooperation for global issues. And on the part of MIKTA, there was a shortage of ideation and resource commitment. Without clear and compelling ideas and resources, it was hard for MIKTA to make breakthroughs in global issues and play a role in bringing major stakeholders together. Now, all of a sudden, the COVID-19 pandemic descended upon us. The coronavirus pandemic will be recorded as one of the biggest, most consequential events of our time in terms of lives lost and hardships ensued. And in its wake, international relations will look different. Among other things, the coronavirus pandemic has increased uncertainty about leadership. The pandemic has inflicted damage on the leadership of the United States and that of China too. China's trustworthiness is in doubt, and on the other hand, the United States' willingness to lead the world is in question. While it remains to be seen how the United States and China will restore their respective leadership, the post-COVID-19 world likely lower structural barriers and open space for MIKTA to exercise middle power entrepreneurship. Especially if the United States and China choose to mix cooperation and competition in their future relations, which is in their interest, MIKTA would be able to play a bridging role in global issues. The coronavirus pandemic is both a curse and a blessing for the world. It is a curse in that it has inflicted tremendous pain on humanity. But it is a blessing in that it loosens the grip of great powers on international relations somewhat. We will be able to see if this opportunity comes or not when the United States hold presidential election in coming November. The result of the United States presidential election might delegitimize some of the zero-sum thinking that proliferated during Trump's time in office and reset the system of international relations. If the United States and China ever need to reach out to MIKTA for partnership in the post-COVID-19 era, it is more likely to be the United States that do so first than China, because the United States has a vested interest in preserving the existing international order. United States might be interested in mending the existing international order a little bit, but it is good, generally good for the entire world, I guess. Having said that, I have to confess that my assessment has one caveat, though. While an opportunity for MIKTA looms on the horizon in the post-COVID-19 era, it will depend on MIKTA's own readiness to utilize such an opportunity. An array of preparations should be executed on the part of MIKTA to harness the opportunities engendered by the coronavirus pandemic. MIKTA's preparations for the post-COVID-19 international relations involve three things. First, Mexico, Indonesia, Korea, Turkey, and Australia need to renew their commitment to MIKTA as a group. The 5 countries then need to invest resources in establishing an organizational platform for their actions. This may mean to select one or two multilateral institutions and anchor MIKTA actions there. Lastly, MIKTA needs to set a strategy for international socialization for a sustained period of time, which targets rhetoric and resources that help convert key actors and spread new constructive ideas and solutions to global issues. If the MIKTA countries are not willing to go through this exercise sooner than later, the future of MIKTA is likely to be less hopeful and dissipating. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kang. Actually, she provided us some limitations, prospects of MIKTA, and at the end of her presentation, she talked about the future of MIKTA depending on the opportunities which can be attained by the MIKTA countries in the middle of the superpower competition between the United States and China, and also in the middle of the COVID-19 crisis. Okay, I will invite the second panelist from Indonesia, Professor Philip Vermonte from the CSIS in Indonesia, representing Indonesia. Are you with us?
Yes.
Okay, you have 10 minutes. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, I'd like to thank the Korean Ministry of Foreign Affairs for organizing this event and for inviting me to share some views. My responsibility is to respond to the two presentations provided by Professor Robertson and Professor Schiavon earlier. Now, as the Chair rightly mentioned, that the two provide kind of a very interesting opposing point of view about MIKTA. But let me respond to the two presentations. I used to have a pessimistic views as well on MIKTA for one particular reason, that we are so geographically dispersed. And at that time, it was hard to imagine how we can move forward and cooperate in a meaningful way. But somewhat, the COVID-19 pandemic altered my view because I think all of us, all countries need to exhaust all mechanisms possible to help us tackle this enormous challenge the pandemic put on us on various areas. And I enjoyed the presentation by Professor Robertson and Schiavon, but let me take two keywords from their presentation. Professor Robertson mentioned that the role of the middle power in particular, now I think as an innovator. Middle power right now cannot, I think, balance the major power, the two superpowers, but innovators, I think, is the keyword. We should find ways to innovating the ways in which we do diplomacy, we construct multilateralism, and so on and so forth. And Australia actually gave that example in the 80s. You know, as an aspiring middle power at the time, Australia came up with this idea of human security, that kind of a soft security approach that not meant to balance the superpowers, but provide an alternative view of security at that time. So since then on, we were very familiar with the term of human security, how we tackle, you know, various cross-border security issues and so on. And Australia, in this way, I think could be seen as an innovator, as a middle power player at the time, together with Canada and Japan. Now, why should not we, you know, once again play that role as an innovator of this pandemic situation? And Professor Schiavon, the keyword that I like is the middle power is a constructive power. And but he warned us that unless we identify our common concern and our common interest and strategy, then we will not be able to play the constructive middle power role. And I think this pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, exactly provide that opportunity for us for these few reasons that I would explain. Number one, pandemic is the global problems that requires a global resolution. Our work today in dealing with the pandemic should not be defined by the rivalry between the US and China, because we cannot afford that. We need to find ways to cooperate instead of competing with each other. And especially, we should not be defined by the competition with the superpower. Number two, public health. International public health is now the national security and international security matter. So this is a global problem that requires a leadership that I think now should come from multilateral cooperation. Because as Professor Robertson and Professor Schiavon mentioned, before the pandemic, the two superpowers kind of withdrawing from their international role and to provide international public goods. The US and China, for example, I think they undermine various multilateral institutions. They have this trade competition and they ignore WTO. You know, that's why it's clearly undermining the multilateral institution that the international community has been trying to build in the past few decades. And also the US withdrawal from the Paris Agreement and from various UN agencies and so on and so forth. So the US essentially is withdrawing from its traditional role as the provider of the international public goods. While China at the same time has a long way to go to prove herself as a possible provider of international public goods. You know, there are trust problems and so on and so forth with China. So where should the leadership come from? The only alternative, I think, is the multilateral platform. And there are actually various multilateral mechanisms that are still working. We should not be too pessimistic. And then the G20 that has been mentioned by various earlier speakers is one example. And, you know, it provides example as well that we, middle power and major power can still cooperate. G20 can play a very important role in the post-COVID-19 situation, especially in the reviving the economy, you know, given their economic size. So the role of the G20 cannot be set aside in this regard. And some middle powers actually are in the G20. And then that's why I think that middle powers now need to politically defend multilateralism. And we need to ensure that we have sufficient funding for this various multilateral institutions. And especially when it comes to COVID-19, of course, it's WTO that we need to defend. So we have to ensure the commitment to multilateral institutions as a dispute settlement mechanism in the future. WTO, for example, we need to revive WTO. Reform is necessary, but we cannot afford to undermine our multilateral institution. And what are the challenges then for MIKTA? I agree there are so many challenges and there are so many opportunities. Number one, MIKTA members, most of the MIKTA members, all of the MIKTA members actually are regional players, important players. And in this regard, MIKTA, I think, can collaborate with regional organizations because, you know, global institution might be too big and too large and too complex. And regional organization, I think, relative to global organizations, regional organization is in a better position to understand the context of the national situations of its member. So the smaller it is, the better it will be, you know, in essence, in the future. And for that, in that context, minilateral can also be important. And MIKTA is such a minilateral organization that can be a good venue for supporting areas of cooperation. And I think one concrete proposal that I can put forward here is that given the fact that now COVID-19 is not only they call it, it's not only the black swan, it's actually the big elephant in the room. So we should, you know, spend our energy, our investment in dealing with the COVID-19 together as a MIKTA. And there are various areas, I think, that can be possible for MIKTA members. WHO and international health regulations identify 8 core areas of cooperation or areas of responsibilities for each member countries of WHO. And these 8 areas can actually be the focus of cooperation among MIKTA members. And we can help, you know, each other in dealing the requirement by the WHO and the international health regulation to meet these 8 core areas, namely the preparedness, risk communications, human resources, and labs, science cooperations, and so on. And you know, these 5 countries, I think, are in a good position to cooperate in this limited but very, very important areas, I think, for some years to come. And secondly, I think this is, I would say, I hope I'm wrong.
1 minute, one minute, please. 1 minute, yeah.
This is not going to be our last pandemic. There will be future pandemics, so we have to better prepare now. And also, another global issues that can be dealt with by multilateralism is an environment and disasters. And all these MIKTA member countries are actually prone to disasters, environmental disasters. Australia had a bushfire last year. Indonesia suffered from various disasters. From year to year, Turkey suffered from earthquake, Mexico as well. So these areas that somehow are reminiscent of the human security approach that Australia put forward in the 80s now can be replicated, and we can be innovative and constructive in a way for the future. Thank you. I should stop there.
Okay, thank you, Professor Vermonte. I think that the two important messages from the Professor Vermonte is that we need to pursue multilateralism through multilateralism. And there are many areas where we can cooperate each other within the framework of MIKTA. That is one message. Second message is that the human security concept is really interesting. It was done by the Australia in 1980s. Then we can do that, exactly the same thing after the COVID-19 crisis, collectively as the MIKTA member countries. Okay? All right, thank you very much. And I will invite the third panelist from the Turkey, the Professor Karadeniz. Is it correct? Okay,
yes,
Karadeniz,
yes,
from
the
Gaziantep University, representing Turkey. Okay, you have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for Korean Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Korean Association of International Studies for the organization of the MIKTA Academic Dialogue, and I'm glad to be a part of this panel. I want to make an argument, and also by making an assessment of the discussions that have been pointed out throughout this panel. Just as we all said, the COVID pandemic present both challenges and threats and risks for MIKTA, and also opportunities for strengthening its presence in global governance and restore its legitimacy both in the eyes of its members and in the international community. And I am on the side of the ones who think that this pandemic presents more opportunities more than risks for MIKTA's presence. First of all, rather than losing its relevance for changing in international environment, I think MIKTA, with the advantage of its flexibility as an informal institution, has the potential to become an example of middle power diplomacy in the post-COVID era. Why I think is that there are some opportunities, as I said, both from the systemic level and from MIKTA level. Firstly, systemic developments, as we all said, the rise of the middle power moment in global governance opens a window of opportunity for MIKTA. As we all said, the uncertainty and anxiety in the current order has been accelerated by the emergence of the pandemic, and the response of the superpowers like China and US have disappointed the international community. Therefore, this makes multilateralism become in a risk of, just not providing public good for the community. Therefore, this opens another new chapter for middle power moment, seen in the beginning of 2010s, just in the establishing of emergence of MIKTA. And in the prevailing uncertainty, informal institutions are providing necessary tools for states to cope with the challenges in a more flexible way. And I think this opens a space for MIKTA to act. As we all said, the previous panelist has also pointed that the health governance may be the niche area which MIKTA can push its energy more into making its presence. As Robertson says, Mr. Robertson said in the beginning, its lack of specificity in the MIKTA as an organization, maybe health governance will become an important niche area for MIKTA to be much more present. And secondly, as we all witnessed throughout the pandemic management, South Korea and Australia was successful middle powers in their performances, and this may increase their efforts, may increase the energy within MIKTA members, and this makes take MIKTA effective roles in humanitarian response, vaccine development, and acting as a bridge between in coordinating vaccine between developed and developing world. And related to this, I think the last, as a result of June elections of United Nations, we have seen Mexico, Turkey, and Indonesia have taken very important roles in the United Nations. And for instance, Turkey's candidate became the presidency of the General Assembly. Mexico was chosen as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council. Indonesia and Mexico were both chosen as the member of Economic and Social Council of the United Nations. And these roles increase the individual capacities and as well as strengthen their collective effort in empowering MIKTA's presence in their common niche areas. And also we see the willingness on the part of MIKTA members during the pandemic that they wanted to survive MIKTA, to make MIKTA push ahead. Because we see that without US and China binary, without analyzing from this perspective, they coordinated their aid program. As we will see maybe in the second panel, the discussions, they have made aid coordination and they have aid cooperation in terms of humanitarian assistance. And because this is why this is important, because both are close allies of United States, but in terms of trade, they depend on China. That's why without their leading, they try to coordinate their efforts. Therefore, this is an important opportunity for us to think that MIKTA will have a future. However, as all said, there is risks in the waiting for MIKTA. The biggest risk is deteriorating economic situations in member countries, low growth rates and high unemployment. And as we all know that in informal institutions, sustainability depends on the commitment and interest of its participating governments. The governments should commit themselves to its endurance. And to conclude, as Richard Falk underlines that, the most important question for the future of global governance is that how the feeling that we are all in this together feeling during the pandemic will be kept in other global issues. And multilateralism is the best option to rebuild stronger world. And this opens middle powers new space in the aftermath of the 2008 crisis. And the last point I wanted to say that performance is the path for legitimacy. And now I think it is time for MIKTA to seize the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much from the Turkey. For ambassadors and the vice deputy ambassadors are waiting for us to deliver their own remarks. Please turn on your video, the ambassadors and the deputy ambassadors. Ambassador Hardy. Umar Hadi, ambassador, Indonesian ambassador, Umar Hadi, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you turn on your video?
I think the host should allow us to do that first.
먼저 여기서 틀어줘야 된다는데. Please, please turn on the video, Mr. Professor, the Ambassador Hardy.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Kim.
Okay,
And,
okay. You have 5 minutes. Short message, please. Okay, welcome.
No, it's very short. Just to thank you and to congratulate the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for this initiative. I think it's a very good idea to reflect on the future of MIKTA. But to me, what is important is, we need first to work for survival. We need to survive. Second, we need to recover. But then also we need to have a propulsion. We need to make efforts so that the post-pandemic world, global governance especially, will be better. So we don't want to simply survive and recover to the old system or old situation, but we want to have a better global system of governance. Now, what and how MIKTA or countries, the so-called middle powers, can contribute to that, I think it's all about keep on charging with ideas, opinions, and it will take a lot of diplomatic work, and it should start now. Therefore, I think it is very important that we keep this kind of conversation alive. Thank you very much, Professor Kim, and thank you very much to all the academics taking part in this dialogue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ambassador. Next, I will invite the Deputy Chief of Mission from the Australian Embassy in Korea, Mr. Ian McCoville. Hello.
Hey.
Ian McCoville.
Right. Yes, we're just trying to get on video at the moment. Here we go. There we go.
Okay, who is Ian McCoville? Okay.
Thank you.
We got you. Yeah, you
So
have 5 minutes. Yeah.
Excellent. Firstly, let me thank Second Vice Minister Lee Tae-ho for your introductory remarks. And Australia, of course, commends the Republic of Korea's leadership of MIKTA this year in the face of a very challenging international geostrategic environment, but particularly impacted by COVID-19. And I think this is a very important and innovative initiative that you've taken. And I think it also picks up on a remark made by Professor Jeffrey Robertson, my fellow Australian, and very good to see you again, Jeffrey, about the importance of us being able to utilise digital diplomacy much more effectively than we have in the past. We can certainly do it better, and clearly we agree with you there, Jeffrey, but I think it is indeed within our capacity and capability to marshal the digital diplomacy era. I also just want to pick up a remark made from the other presenter, Jorge Schiavon, in relation to middle power diplomacy. And I think if there is one message that the Australian government would like to underline, and very consistent with our foreign policy white paper, it is that we do indeed see a large role for middle power diplomacy. In fact, we see it as absolutely essential as we navigate through what is increasingly becoming the major power rivalry playing out geostrategically between the US and China. So let me just make a few more general remarks about how Australia views and values MIKTA. Clearly, it's a flexible cross-regional grouping of very close like-minded countries on a number of issues, but not all issues. And I think in many ways that is its strength, as a way where on those issues we can agree on, we can move forward and harness our collective energy to advance particular agendas. Also, I think MIKTA has clearly an important role in responding to the complex global challenge of COVID-19. And it is, of course, early days for MIKTA in grappling with this, but I think this is an important kickstart, if you like, to identifying areas that we can move forward. In the future, MIKTA will certainly be an important voice in support of an open international system based on universal values and transparency. And Australia very much looks forward to taking on the MIKTA chair in 2021 from our good friends, the Republic of Korea, and it'll be picking up and running, if you like, with that same agenda where we advocate for rules that protect sovereignty, preserve peace, but can curb excessive use of power and enable international trade and investment. And I think we've already had some remarks made about challenges to the global rules-based order, and I think there have been some very good points. I think Philip's our colleague from Indonesia has underlined that. And I think this is a role that I think MIKTA needs to start leading on and ensuring that those countries who are not necessarily the largest and the biggest and with the loudest voice can work collectively to push forward with, if you like, advancing the common global good. So they are just a few remarks from us. Once again, I would like to thank very much our Korean colleagues for initiating this very important and useful dialogue, and also our appreciation for all the presenters. And I do wish you all the best for a very productive day of discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Next, I will invite the Wemer Kelly-Cole, the Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of the Republic of Turkey in Korea. Are you with us?
Yes, I don't know if you can hear me.
Okay, you have a few minutes to deliver your remarks.
Thank you very much, first of all, for organizing this very valuable online event. Really appreciate all the input here. And allow me to make a few short comments, remarks about Turkey's position on MIKTA. We believe that MIKTA serves as a successful cooperation and coordination platform among our countries. Its flexibility underpins its effective and practical cooperation modalities. And we as MIKTA countries are influential regional players and work to assume a pivotal and constructive role in our respective regions as well as international organizations. We account for a combined population of over 540 million people, a gross domestic product of almost $6 trillion US, and more than a $1.5 trillion share of the global trade. Our foreign ministries and diplomatic missions are in active collaboration in organizing many different events and activities aimed at increasing MIKTA's visibility in different countries and international platforms. MIKTA cooperation on sustainable development is progressing well. We should also focus on our cooperation on innovation and digital transformation. We support a rules-based, free, open, transparent, and inclusive multilateral trading system, which is crucial for global growth and our economies. The World Trade Organization's important role in protecting free and fair trade must be strengthened. We also support Korean chairmanship's priorities, and they are also important to us. First of all, multilateralism constitutes the basis of the international institutions which we rely upon to facilitate the cooperation opportunities and dealing with the risks and challenges on a regional and global scale. Sustainable development and SDGs are a national priority for Turkey too. Peace and security are also at the heart of our solidarity in MIKTA, as well as being a matter of national importance to Turkey. In addition to these, MIKTA can also be a platform where we can endorse each other's candidacies at international institutions and demonstrate this support through joint statements. This would strengthen our solidarity and contribute to the visibility of MIKTA. We can also initiate joint projects and events on issues of mutual concern, such as natural disaster management and migration in collaboration with relevant international organizations. Furthermore, MIKTA policy planning consultations as well as meetings of the heads of development agencies should continue online during the pandemic restrictions. It is also crucial to develop new ways of working to cope with the challenges posed by the pandemic. The uninterrupted flow of international trade as well as logistics and transportation should continue to be one of our top priorities. The ongoing pandemic has clearly demonstrated that global health crises they require common solutions. This is why we intend to work more closely with MIKTA countries in the health sector, from biotechnology to immunology to vaccine production, which would also require the involvement maybe of our universities as well as our science and tech institutes. To conclude, we are also committed to expanding our cooperation through MIKTA in economic, political, and social-cultural domains. Turkey supports the idea of taking MIKTA to the leaders level and the MIKTA 2.0 initiative, which these will increase MIKTA's international visibility and influence. We can also work on organizing online summit that would discuss issues related to the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Finally, I want to invite the Mr. Raul Mendoza Gallo from the Embassy of Mexico. Thank you very much for waiting for a long time. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Kim Seokwoo. My name is Vladimir Vasquez, Deputy Chief of Mission of the Mexican Embassy. On behalf of Ambassador Bruno Figueroa of Mexico, I would like to express my appreciation for MOFA for hosting this academic dialogue, a truly trademark of the mechanism where scholars share fresh visions and ideas emerge about where to go from the standing point. The world was different in February 2020 when in Mexico City, the MIKTA coordination was handed over to Vice Minister Itejo. Ever since, a global pandemic hit MIKTA countries badly. But Korea reacted quickly and started sharing experience tackling COVID. The way Korea does is regarded as exemplary, and its cooperation is very welcomed. Other countries, including Mexico, are still learning and watching Korea's steps carefully. A new world order is emerging in the post-COVID-19 era, not following a world war, a clash of civilization, or climate change hitting our planet beyond control. It is a complex virus, a nanometric combination of genetic material that is proving hard to defeat. Amid challenging circumstances, MIKTA countries continues to be responsible global actors convinced of the irreplaceable value of diplomacy and have a long-standing multilateral traditions. Proof of that is that it is worth recalling that in Mexico, in April, Mexico introduced in the United Nations a resolution entitled International Cooperation to Ensure Global Access to Medicines, Vaccines, and Medical Equipment to face COVID-19, which was adopted smoothly. The time has come for dialogue to contribute to the consensus building process necessary to address the most pressing and current challenges. Also, The time has come for middle powers to highlight significant presence in the international scenario and to identify innovative strategies to face global challenges. In December 2019, during a MIKTA closing activity in Seoul, Ambassador Bruno Figueroa noted that the world faced at that time a complex international scenario in which balances are shifting, challenges are diversifying, and opportunities are emerging. Its comments turned prophetic. Everything continues to be true, but scale, sadly scale, as coronavirus showed difficult to handle. To navigate these turbulent waters, we are committed to make the process. We are enthusiastic of the process, of the dialogue, and we look forward to strengthening our role as MIKTA middle powers. We definitely conclude that by cooperation, by sharing our experience, and by having a dialogue, substantive dialogue, these challenges will be beyond us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Raul. Thank you all the ambassadors and deputy ambassadors from 4 countries for your time and the remarks. And please turn off your video and audio from now on. And we will go to the discussion session. And Professor Kim, do you want to say something? Okay. All right. So far, we discussed the limitations and prospects of MIKTA. And we heard the positive and the negative aspects of MIKTA. And we all know that the reality is different from the desirability, right? And even though there are some policy suggestions to develop MIKTA in the future, but all of us know that there are limitations. And we need to think about the important factors affecting the future of MIKTA. For example, we can think about the systemic factor, as you mentioned, the competition between the United States and China, and the role of the MIKTA in the middle of the competition. Or there can be some domestic factors of each country, from Australian side, from Indonesian side, from Turkish side, from Mexican side, from Korean side, right? And also we discussed the COVID-19 related economic and social crisis and the impacts of this crisis on the future of the MIKTA. And I think we can consider the leadership factor, the leadership of the member countries and their commitment, their interest in pursuing MIKTA's development in the future. Then there are lots of factors connected each other to affect the future of MIKTA. Then we can discuss those kind of factors. And I think that because Professor Robertson provided us a little bit negative aspect assessment of the MIKTA, I think that you have a lot of things to say to us after hearing the discussions. Okay? Okay, I will give you some time. Okay.
Wow, I didn't think I was negative at all. Okay, yeah, obviously, my presentation pointed out some of the challenges which MIKTA is going to face. But I don't think we can actually ignore these challenges. Every foreign ministry of MIKTA member countries is going to face challenges over the next 5 years. They're going to face budget cuts. And it doesn't matter how many foreign policy feel-good words you use, consensus building, mechanism building, cooperation, global goods, it doesn't matter. That team down at the Ministry of Finance is going to be looking over every initiative which is underway, and they're going to be scratching out the ones which they think they can make enough savings from. And so MIKTA is going to have to transform. It's going to have to evolve. If it decides to evolve using perhaps a much greater focus on video conferencing technology, or perhaps move to a 1.5 track with a more narrow frame, then it may actually continue, and it may actually, by spending some time in the wilderness, it may actually be able to strengthen itself and return at a later date when those budget finances are returning, and it may be much more powerful, may be much stronger and much more useful. But at the moment, it's going to face some severe challenges, and I don't think there's any way to avoid this.
Any comment on the Professor Robertson's the remarks? Anyone from the panelists? Presenters?
Just briefly.
Okay, go ahead.
I remember from my Asian politics course many years ago that in Japan, the word kiki means at the same time crisis and opportunity. I think that in this moment, we are exactly within MIKTA in a kiki moment in which there is a huge crisis in terms of the health situation with the COVID-19 pandemic and the economic crisis that will come afterwards. But at the same time, there is a great opportunity for multilateral mechanisms like MIKTA to work through multilateral organizations to actually make a difference. Constructive powers need to fill in the void, the gap, which is being left by a receding US and a not yet ready China to take care of managing world affairs. Therefore, it is the moment for constructive middle powers to provide that governance. Therefore, Kiki, crisis means opportunity.
Okay, good point. Another point?
Yes, if I may?
Do you want to? Yeah.
Yeah, crisis and opportunity, I like that as well. But I think MIKTA is in a position where we can't just use all these catchphrases and we can't just use all these feel-good ideas. It's going to face some real challenges over the next 5 years because it basically hasn't achieved enough. And all middle power initiatives need to actually achieve something to be sustained. They need to actually build up their momentum over a period of time so that they can be sustained and they can catch that funding which is available. And I don't think this period of time when we're in is actually able to, there's no space for middle powers to act as we imagine them to act. Things such as human security was brought up. Human security, incredibly important, and middle powers were very active on it during the 1990s. But the 1990s is a million miles away from today. The 1990s was a period when there was one major power, and that major power was willing to engage with the globe and willing to allow middle powers to have their space to play more active roles. I can't imagine seeing middle powers being able to do anything like that today. The middle power moment has changed. Middle powers are going to have to transform in the way they behave. They're going to find it more difficult to pursue active diplomacy. They're going to find it much more difficult to pursue everything we accept as normal middle power behavior, because that idea is set upon a totally different era.
Okay, but I think that when you compare the 1990s and 2020, in the 1990s there was one single superpower. Then everything was done by one single superpower in reality. But you are arguing that at the time, during that period, the role of the middle powers was more important. But think about the current situation. There are two superpowers competing each other. Then I think that in a sense, there are more rooms for middle powers to act more positively. You don't think so?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I think in a situation where you have two major powers competing against each other, middle powers ultimately will have to decide upon which side they want to follow. A middle power which rests in between the two major powers only ends up being split between the two. it ends up with internal divisions. Middle powers will ultimately have to choose which side they want to follow, and they will have to actually support what side they believe has the best interests of global governance at hand. And that's the only way that middle powers can actually secure a much greater say in global affairs is through multilateralism, but they have to decide which form of multilateralism they believe is going to be in their interests. They can't waver between the two.
Okay, I will give a chance to you.
And Professor Kim mentioned the presence of two great powers that negatively affect middle power diplomacy. But in 2020, but it is not the first time that there were two superpowers hindering the middle power diplomacy. There were United States and Soviet Union in 1970s and 80s. But actually there was another time or another example that middle power diplomacy was very successful. Okay, so the presence of two great powers does not mean that does not necessarily mean that it hinders middle power diplomacy, but it does not necessarily mean that the middle powers can grab opportunity, diplomatic opportunity to push some the positive and constructive ideas between the two great powers. So there's both the risk and opportunities for middle power diplomacy in the 2020, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic. The international relations become more fluid and more uncertainty, and both great powers seize both the weaknesses and strengths in their the capabilities in leading international relations. So the United States and China, they may have very shrewd calculation about the international relations after all the dust of coronavirus pandemic settles down, and then they may approach middle powers to increase their opportunity or their the leadership in the leading the world affairs. So it is not guaranteed, but we don't have to be overly pessimistic or overly optimistic about middle power diplomacy. It is all about the interactions between the great powers and between great powers and middle powers. And then we just a little bit be patient. We need to be a little bit more patient to see what happens after November. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Professor Vermonte or Karadeniz, do you want to say something?
Yes,
okay,
if I may.
Yeah.
I somewhat disagree with the weak suffer what they must perspective put forward somewhat by Professor Robertson, because there are many cases where lesser power are not choosing the two sides. So I think it really depends on the issue. Looking at it from Jakarta, from Indonesia, being a non-aligned movement country for so many years, and ASEAN has been in its more than 50 years existence, try to avoid and somewhat successfully to avoid interference from major powers and so on and so forth. So there are actually cases where we should not always be forced to choose between the two sides, because of course there are so many other variables that we need to look at. As far as the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic is concerned, we are not fond of what the US has been doing in tackling the COVID-19 problem, for example, that the US undermines the WHO and so on and so forth. And at the same time, we are probably not really fond of what China has been doing as well in tackling the problem of COVID-19. And so there are, I think, more nuances right now. I agree. It's totally different from 1990s. But at the same time, there are nuances, and these lesser power are catching up in terms of the economy and so on and so forth. So I don't think we should think about that these countries will eventually need to choose between the two sides, because history told us that that is not the case. Since the US against the Soviet Union, there are countries that can play independent roles and so on and so forth.
Okay, Professor, hold on. Karadeniz, do you want to say something before we give a chance to the Robertson? Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. I also agree with the other panelists that we should wait for some time to see whether multilateralism will be pushed by the middle power diplomacy again, especially in terms of US withdrawal from World Health Organization. The political vacuum left after the US will be filled by the middle powers, and we will see that, for example, in the aid coordination in the Pacific region, or we see in terms of Turkey, coordination of aid in Middle East and Europe in region. Therefore, there is some room, and especially we will see that in the Alliance for Multilateralism, for instance, initiated by Germany and France, and middle powers are increasing their voices, and not to be sketched between the US and China geopolitical competition, or just the political competition. Therefore, we should be more optimistic, I think, in waiting for the time to come to the middle power diplomacy again in global governance. Thank you.
Okay, I think that we have an experience of living in a bipolar world, as Professor Kang told us. But I think we need to think about whether this crisis, public health and economic, political, strategic, social crisis, is kind of a perfect storm, which will fundamentally transform the international society in the future. If that is the case, I think that we cannot compare the past and the future. Maybe. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, go ahead. Yeah.
So just on my mind, the mention of the non-aligned movement, I think that's a good example. But you have to remember that the non-aligned movement were not predominantly middle powers in the classic sense. They didn't actually seek to punch above their weight. They didn't seek to use active diplomacy, and they didn't use any of the characteristics of what we normally consider as middle powers, the Australia, Canada, Netherlands, yada, yada, yada. They certainly were able to avoid being overly influenced by the major powers, and they did that through thinking about and by adhering to their non-aligned movement policies and ideas. But middle powers are not in a position to do that. If a middle power wants to punch above its weight and influence global governance, if it wants to innovate, to facilitate, ultimately, sooner or later, it needs the support of a major power. So if you think of APEC, or if you think of the KANG group, or if you think of human security, any major middle power initiative, sooner or later, had to at least get some degree of support from a major power. Quite often the major powers were very opposed at the beginning, but sooner or later they had to get some degree of support, or at least acquiescence from a major power. And well, that's going to be much more difficult nowadays. I mean, we've got one, I mean, we're talking about we've got two major powers now, but really we don't. We have two powers that are disinterested in multilateralism. We have two powers that are fundamentally outside of traditions that we are used to. So, yeah, maybe come November it will be everything different. We don't know.
But what can we do as a middle power, individually and collectively, in the competition between the two superpowers?
Well, that's it.
Taking sides, only taking sides, making friends, making allies, making enemies? Is that all? I don't think so.
No.
There must be room for us to do, right?
Well, that's it. I think the middle power moment is over. I think middle powers are going to be playing a much lower profile role as we go into the next period of this strategic environment. middle powers have had their time, they've had their moments, but middle powers are, whether they like it or not, going to be playing a less significant role. And I think we've already seen parts of this. We've seen a lot of middle power initiatives come to nothing over the last 10 years. We've seen some really good ideas. So back in 2007, Australia's Prime Minister Kevin Rudd had the idea of an Asia-Pacific community, the idea of bringing together all the countries from the Asia-Pacific and having a security community where they could discuss the problems that are passing right now. I mean, what foresight, what a great idea. But it came to nothing. It came to nothing because the ability of middle powers to push their initiatives nowadays have decreased. Their capacity to act as innovators, facilitators, and mediators has decreased.
Okay, I think that's enough for us to discuss that question. I collected the question from the online participants beforehand, and most of the questions are related to the COVID-19 crisis and the superpower competition between the United States and China. But there was one interesting question from the online participant. That is about the difference of the roles of the middle powers between MIKTA countries and other middle power countries. What specific role can be played by MIKTA countries compared to the other middle powers? There can be other middle powers in the world, right? Then what kind of a specific role can be played by MIKTA? Do you have any opinion on that?
Well, I've already built myself up as somewhat of the opposition today. So I think it's probably better letting Jorge answer that one. I personally don't think that MIKTA is able to do anything different from other middle powers, I'm afraid. Jorge?
I would like to tackle that question. Yes, what we see today is, for example, within G20, we have the G7, which are the industrialized, powerful countries. We have BRICS, which has one superpower, China, but has 4 other middle powers, and you have MIKTA. And there's a huge difference between BRICS and MIKTA. And for me, BRICS is it's a group of countries which are against the status quo and want to change it in their own benefit. And on the other side, MIKTA countries are more status quo countries which want to generate governance for a better and more effective management of the international system. Let me just say one word in terms of my agreement and disagreement with Professor Robertson. I agree with him that there is very little space in terms of middle power diplomacy in one area, which is security. However, I completely disagree with him in the sense that there is no space in other areas, especially in the low politics areas, for middle power diplomacy, specifically in terms of reconstructing the trade and investment systems after the COVID crisis, and more specifically in health issues. Health issues are not that important for superpowers, so middle powers don't have to choose. They actually can serve as agents of governance generation, specifically in the case of COVID. And the best example for this is the vaccine. If MIKTA countries or other middle powers or other constructive powers actually work together to make sure that the vaccine is a public good, which is readily available at a good price for everyone who needs it, that's something which is needed for the whole world, because COVID, you get it whether you are from a rich country, a poor country, middle power, a great power, a non-power, et cetera, So there is a space in the low politic issues for great diplomacy from middle powers. I agree with him. In security issues, it's more difficult, but not in practically every other issue.
Okay, thank you very much. I will give 1 minute to Professor Kang. Yeah.
I'm not criticizing Professor Schiavon, but I don't think BRICS is a middle power. I mean, but I agree with him on that, BRICS is a revisionist power. But I disagree with him on that MIKTA is a status quo power either. So MIKTA is kind of improving power, because the MIKTA, all the 5 countries got benefited from the current liberal international order, but the liberal international order, led by the United States, is not perfect. It had many good things, but it was not perfect. And as time changes, it needs certainly the improvement or reform. So the MIKTA is not revisionist power, neither the status quo power. MIKTA is a kind of the improving power, and make the liberal international order works for many more countries in the world. So I think MIKTA as a middle power is differentiated from other middle powers in that sense. Thank you.
Okay, as is always the case in other conferences and seminars, we have limited time. Then I think we have to stop here. Even though there are some realistic and pessimistic views on the MIKTA, I hope 2.0 initiative, 3.0 initiative continues in the future. Thank you very much for participation, all the panelists and the online participants. Thank you very much. I'm going to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for all participants in the first session. It was really excellent presentation and discussion, and I really enjoyed it. And I also appreciate all the audience watching this webinar. Next, we'll continue with our next section in an hour from 1 p.m. Please stay tuned. Now, let us begin the second session of the MIKTA Academic Dialogue in 2020. I would like to welcome all participants and audiences. This session will be led by Ah-jin Choi, professor at Yonsei University. From now on, I will hand over microphone to Professor Choi.
Okay, thank you for your introduction. I am Ah-jin Choi, professor at Yonsei University, Seoul. And I will serve as a moderator for the second session, COVID-19 and promoting multilateralism and global health security. Before actually this session starts, I would like to thank the KAIS president, Professor Lee Sang-hwan, and conference organizers for inviting me to this timely and important meeting. As you know, the first session discussed the macro level change and prospects of the post-COVID global order. But this second session will more focus on the practical and more concrete issues by looking at the role of the MIKTA in promoting multilateral health governance and cooperation. I hope this panel can provide and exchange important ideas and eventually produce the constructive policy alternatives. This session, we have 2 presenters and 3 discussants. So I'm happy to introduce all the panelists. And then first panelist is the Professor Ebi Fitriani from Indonesia University. And the second presenter is the Professor Emel Paral and Marmara University in Turkey. And the first discussant is Hyunjin Choi, Gyeonggi University, Korea. And the second discussant is the Caitlin Byrne from Griffith University from Australia. And then last discussant is the Professor Erika Sandoval at CSIS in Mexico. I'm very happy to see all of you here. And then therefore, I would like to ask our first presenters to speak. And then the title of her presentation is MIKTA Multilateral Cooperation in the Pandemic Era. Professor Ebi Fitriani, could you start, please?
Thank you, Professor Choi. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for the conference organizer who already invited me for this important webinar. I'm pleased from Jakarta. I would like to send a very warm greetings to all of you. My presentation is about actually I put question mark at the end of my title. So I'm kind of asking, can MIKTA form a multilateral cooperation to tackle challenges resulted from this pandemic? But to explain my thoughts better, I would like to use the slide. So I will share with you my slides. Can you see the slides? Yes, okay. So I put question mark at the end, but let me explain. Yeah, I will go through very quickly. Should be 5 steps. Just would like to see, before I'm looking at MIKTA, I would like to see the world in this pandemic era, which is very special time in our history. And whether I would like to thankful or not, we are now in this kind of circumstances. And from previous session this morning, there have been a discussion, if I cannot see it's a debate about whether MIKTA still have time to materialize or to be a middle power. But I'm kind of agree with those who think that there is always possibility. Big powers competition is not the whole world. There is still room for MIKTA, for middle power to maneuver and to find a way. And this is what I understand, my understanding of international relation in pandemic era. We suddenly in the crisis of global healthcare system, not only in one or two countries, but across the country, not only in underdeveloped countries, but even in the most advanced country experienced that. So this is the first. And the second, we found that state very much inward looking now. Even the countries that used to be form a coalition or even in a regional institutions, you can see people, countries now try to prioritize their own needs and national interests. And vaccine nationalism is one of the examples of that. And of course, we then, because of this problem, we are following, we are watching now and experiencing now global economic crisis. And on the top of all those very difficult circumstances, we can still see the continuing strategic competition between major powers. It is not only in the problem of the competing on the vaccine and blaming where the virus come from, but also on the area that should not be discussed or not become the problem in this time, like things in South China Sea. So this is a very, very difficult circumstances. And we experience because our session will tackle on this pandemic era, I would like to see the problem of our global health system. For sure, we have capitalization of health services and medical equipments. And it's very much remarkable because our world also have a majority of the world is poor and do not have enough access or good access to the health service and medical equipments. And we have seen that not only in major countries, but also in small countries. Not only in small countries, but also in major countries happen. And we can still see the future is not free from health problems. And some of the epidemiologists already predict that there will be more and some more epidemic in the future. So actually, what I think what we need is the need for fair and inclusive global health governance. So our session this time is very, I think, indeed very in time. How about MIKTA? Some discussion this morning has this morning's session already saw some debate, but this is my position. We each of our countries, MIKTA, Mexico, Indonesia, Korea, Turkey, and Australia, overwhelmed by our domestic health and economic problems. Not only because it is we are not ready, but also there are so many complications domestically, and not only pressure from external, but also pressure from internal society, especially in the domestic democratic country. I found it's democratic country is more difficult, at least for Indonesia. It is much more difficult to handle this issue in a democratic circumstances. If you are in a authoritarian system, maybe it's easy to just impose rules and ban people and lockdown, but not in democratic country. You will get a lot of protests. So this is very challenging. But amidst that circumstances, MIKTA countries still struggle for strategic autonomy. And this somehow was related to the debate this morning in the first session about whether MIKTA can be autonomy apart from those two major powers. But for my position is, yes, somehow we struggle for the strategic autonomy, but some manage to get it, but some not. We have to go, I don't think generalization for all middle powers that cannot avoid that bipolar circumstances is the right thing to say. But for me, some of the middle powers manage to get it. That's depend on the tradition, philosophy, and history of that country. Some countries do not see the possibility to be more independent because they're never independent since their existence in their country. But some country manage to get experience and to be more strategically autonomy in their history. So this is one. And unfortunately, our MIKTA is not a close partnership. It is an association last several years, but it is not yet a close partnership. Unless for some cases, and this is more on bilateral base, like Indonesia and Korea is quite close and we have strategic partnership. And during this pandemic, Korea helped Indonesia with some of the medical equipments. Indonesia also have special relation with Australia. We have also a strategic partnership. We just finished SEPA. But apart from that, as a part of MIKTA, 5 countries working together, I don't think we have achieved what has been expected before. So in this kind of circumstances, can we, MIKTA, promote multilateral cooperation in order to work especially toward the a better global health system? I think we have to see our strength. And our strength is still relevant as a group of middle power. MIKTA, I think, still relevant. Apart from a lot of pessimism, yes, I think still relevant because it is the time when the multilateral is needed. And who has the potential to do it? Middle power. Who else? Small power will be much more difficult. So as a country that have some capability, especially, and also leading in their respective region, MIKTA is still a relevant a group of middle powers. And the second, the strength of MIKTA is the power of network. We have a lot of network already. Indonesia with Korea, Indonesia with Australia, Indonesia with Turkey have quite a lot of that. Maybe with Mexico, because of the distance quite far away, not as developed as the network relations with Korea and Australia, but I'm sure with more interaction and even discussion like this already put up in some networks. So I think the power of network among MIKTA has been growing. And the third one, we have a soft image. We are not such a aggressive, not in an aggressive mood. We are friendly countries and we would like to cooperate. So this is, I think, important. And countries in MIKTA are generally flexible. We have a flexible approach and somehow we have a realistic goals because we understand that we are not big power. So we would like to target what we possibly can achieve. Finally, the strength of MIKTA is some countries MIKTA, if not all, have some innovation of healthcare and develop medical health industries. I would like to mention Korea and Australia for this aspect because those 2 countries already experience more advanced economy, and so they have more advanced healthcare and medical industries too. But I'm sure the pandemic also pushed countries like Indonesia, Mexico, and Turkey to also think and invest more on their healthcare system. So we can expect a better response to this health system. So, but we have also a lot of challenges. Even though I'm not 100% pessimist, I can still see some problems in MIKTA's collaboration to provide or to build a fair and inclusive global health system. First is some of us, not all, have a close link or even dependent on major powers. It is unavoidable in this kind of circumstances, but the closeness with the major power somehow challenge the strategic autonomy of MIKTA countries. And the second is lack of pooling resources. Apart from intellectual discussion, or almost there is no pooling resources among MIKTA countries. So this is so loose, so loose, and maybe because of that, maybe it is not time yet. It is only several years. This association only several years. So maybe we still need time to develop this kind of association. And because maybe we are in different area, there is still thin common interest. There's countries like Indonesia, Korea, and Australia that have more interaction in ASEAN plus East Asia Summit, but and even in ASEAN plus 3 or ASEAN plus 1. But apart from that, especially with Mexico and Turkey, the interest is still very, very thin. There is maybe because each of us very engaged in our respective area. And the fourth is there are also other mechanisms, regional associations. So MIKTA is not the I have to say MIKTA is not the first priority for Indonesia, for example. ASEAN is the first priority for collaboration, and ASEAN plus 3, ASEAN plus 1 is another mechanism that we still think as a priority. MIKTA maybe come after that. So it is not the association that become the first priority if it comes to our foreign policy. So there, and don't forget, there's also still bilateral mechanism and other multilateral forum. So the existence of MIKTA in a country like Indonesia is still being questioned. Because of that, MIKTA have a weak coalition. So cooperation like us, like this, what we are doing now among the scholars is, I think, one of the good steps to enhance MIKTA existence to face these challenges. So I would like to conclude my presentation with two things. One is that COVID-19 pandemic has created multifaceted global crisis that threaten not only future survival of the state, but also the human being ourselves. And under these circumstances, it is to compete for their interest and create magnitude challenge. And these circumstances create magnitude challenge to multilateralism. But nevertheless, it is a general knowledge that if we would like to survive, we have to collaborate. So, and multilateral cooperation is the best way to do it. And MIKTA has frequently overlooked. MIKTA has frequently overlooked potential. We have a lot of potential, but often frequently overlooked. So it is maybe this time is a good time. Crisis usually push and drive a lot of opportunity. So it is time for MIKTA to realize its potential and to promote, especially to promote multilateral cooperation. However, MIKTA have individual problems and collective weaknesses to material its promise. So it's kind of challenge but also opportunity. And I think two things is in the front of MIKTA that, if possible, we should collaborate. One is about to create fair and inclusive global governance, and the second is how to tackle this financial crisis. With this, I would like to stop, and thank you very much for your patience and your attention. Thank you. I will now send back to Professor Choi. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. And Professor Pitriani shows that in the face of the pandemic crisis, the world is becoming more polarized, and less developed countries has no enough capabilities or resources, while the great powers is more focused on the domestic agendas and also, focus on the competition with each other, increasing protectionism and national sentiment. She also points out that under this circumstance, the middle powers has strengths, but at the same time, weakness in overcoming this, pandemic crisis. Okay, thank you for your presentation. Our next presenter is the Professor Emel Paradar at Marmara University in Turkey. Okay, it's nice to see you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Korean Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Korean Association of International Studies for having organized such a great academic event on MIKTA and its future. And also, I would like to thank you for having invited me to this event. As the title of my, I don't know if the technical staff will share because they told me yesterday that they'll share my PowerPoint presentation, but anyway, I'll share it myself. Is it okay now? Okay, just.
Yes.
Could you see it?
Yes.
Okay. but I have to, sorry, I think there is a problem here. Okay. As the title of my presentation suggests, I'll talk about middle powers and their role and their potentialities and limitations in global health governance more specifically. And of course, as we will focus on MIKTA, I will focus on MIKTA as our case study. Let's look at the outline of my presentation. First of all, I will talk about a little bit, of course, and about the revival of middle power diplomacy, and I will investigate whether we will be able to investigate whether MIKTA can contribute to this revival and whether can MIKTA increase, whether can MIKTA increase its visibility and status in global governance in this post-corona era. Then I will try to draw a general picture of MIKTA's and MIKTA countries' position in global health governance, and I'll provide some inward and outward looking patterns of MIKTA and MIKTA members' position in global health governance. Then I'll investigate whether global health governance can be a new niche diplomacy area for MIKTA. Of course, here I will talk about its potentialities and limitations. And in the last part, I will try to give some recommendations. In this part, I will start by saying that the coronavirus pandemic has made clear that there is room for middle powers to play a greater role in global governance, especially in global health governance. So my departing point is that, and I believe that, and I argue that the ongoing strategic unraveling in the international system may allow middle powers to create a common ground for both improving political and economic ties among states and encouraging trade and investment and combating global problems. So I am on the optimistic side, and I think that there is still room for middle powers to revive and to come together and to respond together to global challenges like COVID-19 virus. On the other hand, they have, of course, some limitations. First of all, middle powers will do better if they pool their resources to create a multilateralist league that will serve as an external bloc. And as you know, established institutions are too much reliant on US and China. And US and China dispute is widening, and structures outside US and China, Chinese participations are becoming even more important for an effective global governance. So for an effective multilateralism, we need other structures, we need other powers who will engage in this new multilateral era. So MIKTA, I argue that MIKTA is one of these platforms as an informal international institution. It has potential to take concrete steps and it can reinforce post-COVID alliances and partnerships among emerging and middle powers. As a group being composed of middle powers, of course, we generally in literature, we contextualize MIKTA as a middle power grouping, middle power institution. It can revive middle power activism in two main areas: global and sustainable development and global health governance. In fact, since 2013, since its foundation, MIKTA has failed to create impact both among its members and in other international institutions and platforms. For instance, a good sign of MIKTA's failure in club governance is that its members do not still organize side events or mini summits in the G20 annual summits, as did the BRICS countries. In short, MIKTA is not sufficiently visible in other formal international institutions like UN. It's not too visible in UN General Assembly, for example, and in other UN institutions, funds, and agencies, and also in the G20. However, I still believe that there is still room for MIKTA to revive and to play distinct roles in the post-COVID era, as did Canada and Australia in the post-Second World War. Now I will look at the inward and outward patterns of MIKTA's power in global governance, because in this session we will mainly focus on global governance, global health governance. Here I'm using a table and I try to compare MIKTA's members in work patterns. So I put their total debts, current assessment of SDG 3, SDG trend, position, and also I put their current health expenditure per capita, and also I look at whether they have universal health coverage or not. As you know, COVID-19 outbreak has clearly shown the importance of state capacity and resilience of nation health systems, and domestic health policies of states have determined both how they responded to COVID-19 outbreak and at what degree they have been affected by the virus. So we must first of all look at whether MIKTA members succeeded in responding to the COVID-19 outbreak. So as you see in the table, Korea and Australia appear as the top 2 countries among 5 MIKTA countries who have successfully achieved the SDG 3 target and efficiently managed the COVID crisis. Among 5 MIKTA countries, these 2 countries have the lowest mortality rate. On the other hand, Mexico, Indonesia, and Turkey stand as MIKTA countries who have been respectively the most negatively affected by the COVID-19 in terms of number of deaths caused by the virus. In terms of their SDG 3 performance, these 3 countries appear to have the lowest performance. I'm talking about Mexico, Indonesia, and Turkey, of course, in achieving SDG 3, while Korea and Australia maintain the highest SDG 3 achievement. SDG 3 refers to the health sector, of course. In case MIKTA members can sign health cooperation agreements among each other and further foster their knowledge and experience sharing in health sector, it's likely that their capacity to take action against the future outbreaks would considerably improve. So a significant increase in the health capacity of MIKTA countries will certainly make the grouping bring the global governance, global health governance to the agenda of the other international organizations, formal or informal, and push MIKTA to launch projects for the third countries willing to improve their domestic health capacity. COVID-19 outbreak has also negatively influenced the implementation of SDG 3 at the national level. So countries like MIKTA members have potential to help the third countries to improve their national capacities and surveillance capacities. When I look at the universal health coverage of the MIKTA members, all the MIKTA members have universal health coverage. Among these 5 MIKTA members, Mexico appears the one who achieved universal health coverage the most recently. In 2019, Indonesia, I think, could achieve universal health coverage, although it has some financing problems regarding universal health coverage. When I look at the outward looking patterns of MIKTA in global health governance, first of all, I look at MIKTA's commitment to global health governance. Here I look at the MIKTA foreign ministers' joint statements on COVID-19, and I compare this recent commitment with MIKTA's commitment on Ebola outbreak in 2014. And in my paper also, I compare MIKTA's commitment to global health governance with the joint statement made by BRICS in June 2020. When I compare these 2 statements, MIKTA's statement on COVID-19 and BRICS statement on COVID-19, I found out that BRICS statement proposed much more concrete solutions to respond to the crisis in a joint way. But in general, their focus is similar. They focus on better trade relations and they try to find responses, common responses to cover their trade loss. And different from MIKTA's statement, BRICS statement suggested MIKTA's statement underlined the necessity to use their emergency loan system, and also they pointed out that a new development bank could help BRICS countries affected by the virus some sort of new funds. So these are related with the MIKTA's commitment to global health governance. And as a second step in this part, I look at MIKTA countries' voluntary contribution to the World Health Organization. In my opinion, and as I studied these in my previous projects, countries' voluntary contribution to World Health Organization or to global governance is very much important to understand whether they would like to play greater role in some specific issue areas. So this voluntary contribution, is a sign of countries' willingness to play a role in this specific issue area. So when I look at this commitment of voluntary contribution of MIKTA countries, I see that South Korea took the first place. Then it is followed by Australia, Turkey, Indonesia, and Mexico. And so Mexico appears to be the lowest voluntary contributor to the World Health Organization. Here, perhaps I have a table, so you can see the numbers. Here I couldn't find relevant data regarding Mexico's voluntary contribution to World Health Organization. So when you look at the data, you'll understand which countries have willingness to play greater role in World Health Organization. So in this part, I'll talk a little bit about the potentialities and limitations of MIKTA, and I'll investigate whether global health governance can be a new niche diplomacy area for the grouping. I think we must, first of all, keep in mind that during the pandemic, intergroup relations of MIKTA were fostered as a result of the increasing exchange of medical supplies and the knowledge sharing among MIKTA members, which can be considered a positive result of MIKTA's multilateralism. And I argue that multilateralism is very important for fostering multilateralism. Informal governance, on the other hand, is very much important for an effective multilateralism. So as a scholar, I think that if these multilateral groupings, the activities of multilateral groupings develop, we could have much more efficient multilateral governance. In this regard, if MIKTA establishes linkages between its global development agenda and its global health diplomacy and succeeds in establishing a human security network composed of states and NGOs, it would raise its profile and visibility in global governance. So these are the positive sides of MIKTA's contribution to, or MIKTA's capacities regarding global in health governance. International development, as you know, is one of the priorities of MIKTA as a grouping, and 2/3 of MIKTA's declarations, joint statements, are related with international and sustainable development. And if MIKTA could succeed in establishing a linkage between these two niche areas, global development and global health governance, I think it could find room to move ahead in this new issue area. Another aspect regarding potentiality of MIKTA is the fact that international development assistance is needed so that developing countries can make rapid progress in building national surveillance capacities. And I think that MIKTA countries, with their extensive capabilities and networks in the field of development assistance, might help developing countries increase their national capacities to take control and manage outbreaks by increasing health sector allocations in their individual development aid. MIKTA countries may also consider including private aid into their broader development assistance. The inclusion of special assistance may be effective in both promoting general health and using human development tools effectively. So I think that MIKTA countries are important players in the international development area, and if they could collaborate in these specific issue area to give common response to the third countries which have less resources, I think MIKTA can increase its status as a club in global governance. So what is next for MIKTA in the post-pandemic time? Here I will try to give some recommendations for MIKTA's adaptation to the new era. The pandemic has proven right that middle powers have capacity to balance their economic vulnerabilities with resilience, especially in the global health sector. And the assessment of MIKTA's inward and outward looking shows that MIKTA has potential to play a larger role in global health governance. If global health governance will be added to MIKTA's agenda as a new policy area, despite its risks, of course, it can help energize and transform the platform into the post-pandemic era. The pandemic has proven right that middle powers have capacity to balance their economic vulnerabilities with their strong health sector, as I said. MIKTA, if MIKTA countries and MIKTA itself can succeed in narrowing the gap between its rhetoric and practice, it can assume new responsibilities in global health governance, most particularly in the field of development assistance for health. And this can make MIKTA more visible and operational in global health governance. I am also suggesting or recommending to MIKTA members to think about the creation of a fund similar to BRICS emergency assistance loan. Of course, they have all budgetary restrictions, but they can discuss whether it's possible to have such an emergency loan as BRICS countries did or fund. And this kind of loan may also help MIKTA countries comply with their G20 commitments and strengthen global health diplomacy within the G20. MIKTA may also prepare a global health work program in order to encourage joint dialogue and participation within the G20 by working in coordination with key actors such as the World Health Organization and the World Bank, who influence the global health agenda. In addition to this, if MIKTA members take decisive steps to reinforce cooperation within the grouping in order to reach the targets of Agenda 2030, and actively engage in health financing and development support programs, MIKTA can update its status as an informal institution aiming to contribute to the strengthening of rules-based multilateralism. Last but not least, global health governance has now become truly multipolar, with many players with converging and diverging interests. In what ways informal international institutions can contribute to global health governance still remains as an underexplored topic. So as scholars, if we can debate and analyze more this kind of topics, I think we can also contribute to the strengthening of MIKTA in global governance, and we can also contribute to the increasing of its image and visibility in the changing global governance. MIKTA, in this sense, may be a good research topic for two main reasons. First, its members have a good record of dealing with the pandemic compared to some higher income countries in the West. Second, MIKTA needs a revival so as to be an effective club, which can take new initiatives in specific policy areas such as sustainable development and global health governance. However, in order to be a legitimate actor in the eyes of international public opinion, MIKTA members must also work harder so that their COVID-19 policies will not result in both weakening of democratic norms and practices and the strengthening of authoritarian politics in their own countries and elsewhere. Thank you very much for having listened.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. And Professor Paraldar argues that with respect to the global health governance, MIKTA countries individually have specific capacity to combat against the pandemic, And at the same time, the nature of the middle power diplomacy has merits in promoting multilateral cooperation in global health governance. Sorry. And now we actually move on to the discussion sections. And the first discussant is the Professor Hyunjin Choi from Kyung University, Korea. He will give the comments on the first paper, Professor Fitrani's presentation. And could you start, please?
Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Hyunjin Choi from Kyunghee University. First of all, it's my great honor to speak on this important topic in this uncertain time of pandemic crisis. So now I'm going to discuss about Professor Fitriani's presentation about multilateral cooperation. So she pointed out some important issues about some challenges for multilateral cooperation, such as inward-looking countries seeking selfish interests, and also many countries are seeking strategic competition as well. So these problems pose a lot of challenges for fair and inclusive multilateral cooperation. As noted by Professor Fitriani, this pandemic crisis can be overcome only through multilateral cooperation. And I believe that no one would deny the importance of fair and inclusive global health governance in this uncertain time. And we, the members of MIKTA, must take a progress towards such an ideal, but the reality is much more complicated. So in this discussion, I want to introduce some kind of challenges against this ideal. And today, the biggest challenge for global health governance could be how to share and distribute coronavirus vaccine, and which might be available by the end of this year or early next year. Some countries, such as US, China, and the United Kingdom, have secured their own supplies through bilateral deals with vaccine developers ahead of anyone else. And for example, the United Kingdom has pre-ordered enough vaccine for about 5 doses per person. And many newspapers and magazines call this behavior as vaccine nationalism or vaccine hoarding. And the WHO also gave a warning that the vaccine nationalism will prolong the pandemic rather than shorten this crisis. And also the Science magazine said that those vaccines will eventually reach most countries in the world, but only after powerful countries have protected their own people. So the question is, can we achieve fair and inclusive allocation of COVID vaccine? And as for now, unfortunately, the answer seems to be negative for the following reasons. And first reason is, the COVID vaccine are private goods. So unlike public goods, those private goods are sold by private companies to earn profit and fulfill the needs of their buyers. And both public goods and private goods are for the benefit of consumers, but while public goods benefit everyone, private goods are only for those who can make a payment. And theories of international relations, especially in realism, suggest that achieving multilateral cooperation is much harder when countries are concerned with private goods. And the second problem is domestic politics. Access to coronavirus vaccine has become a priority in domestic politics. In many countries, issues surrounding this COVID crisis has become a domestic political problem. And in the United States, even the issue of where to wear mask or not has become a topic for political debate. And for leaders of high-income countries, especially in democratic countries, securing enough amounts of vaccine as a way to recover from economic damage at home is important for their approval ratings and elections. So I think this domestic politics make matters worse. And the third issue is the balance of power politics has returned to international relations. The strategic rivalry between US, China, and possibly Russia is shaping national response to COVID-19 crisis in a selfish manner. And a recent New York Times article introduced a story about spying activities between the three great powers in the cyberspace, targeting vaccine research facilities in the United States. So in this era of new geopolitical rivalry, we may rephrase old statements of Kenneth Walsh, a great political scientist. So maybe I can say like this: when faced with the possibility of cooperating for COVID vaccine, states that feel insecure must ask how the vaccine will be divided. And they ask not, will both of us gain, but who will gain more? So this kind of strategic rivalry and the return of a balance of power politics makes international cooperation for this COVID crisis difficult. And for these reasons, as of now, I think the fair and inclusive distribution of COVID vaccine will be difficult to achieve. But nevertheless, there is some improvement in multilateral cooperation for global health. And I think this is where we, the middle-income countries, can make a meaningful contribution. So let me give you one example. So recently, led by WHO, more than 170 countries around the world have now joined the Global Vaccine Allocation Plan called COVAX. Its goal is to help buy and distribute vaccinations fairly around the world, including low-income countries. Unfortunately, the three great powers, US, China, and Russia, and those countries are also the leaders of vaccine development, and they abstained from this initiative. But in the absence of great powers, the MIKTA and major countries, such as Germany, UK, and Japan, also joined this effort. And we pledged money to have access to a broader range of vaccine candidates. So as the middle power countries, and we have an advanced technology and a lot of experience and knowledge of controlling this infectious disease. And also we have advanced manufacturing facilities for vaccine. And therefore, although it is a tough time for international cooperation, but we can make a contribution for the fair and inclusive distribution of vaccine. And also, we need to remember that without global cooperation, the virus will continue spreading. And therefore, this crisis can give us a lot of challenges for multilateral cooperation. But still, there's some opportunity that middle power countries can make a contribution.
Okay, thank you, Professor Choi. And then Professor Choi's comment is focuses on the feasibility and the effectiveness of the multilateral cooperation in this topic. And then next discussant is the Professor Byrne at Griffith University from Australia. Could you start, please, Professor Byrne?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes,
is that coming through all right? Great, excellent. Look, good afternoon all. It's such a pleasure to be joining you and being part of this virtual dialogue. I'm joining you from Brisbane in Australia, and I'd like to extend my thanks very much and congratulations to the Korea Foundation for hosting this dialogue in their year as MIKTA chair. It's really good to be a part of it. And Professor Choi, thank you for your excellent chairing, and to all the panellists, really pleased to be part of this discussion. Given that I am sitting here in Brisbane, Australia, I'd like to begin my intervention with an Australian protocol by respectfully acknowledging the traditional owners of the land from which I'm joining you today. Here in Brisbane, that's the Turrbal and the Jagera peoples. and in the spirit of reconciliation, pay my respects to elders past and present, and extend that to all First Nations peoples around the globe. That's something we do in Australia fairly routinely these days, but it's an acknowledgement that I don't make at all lightly. And in particular, I'd like to do that to really highlight the relevance of traditional knowledge and local wisdom, particularly from our Indigenous communities, and the responsibility that we have in Australia, but across MIKTA nations, to highlight and integrate that into our contemporary problem-solving frameworks. So I'd like to just say today's discussion has really been excellent, and I think it's offered us a valuable opportunity to think about MIKTA and what it stands for and what it might achieve in a post-COVID world, but also to think about what it means to be a middle power and how this connection of nations actually makes sense. Maybe I was a little bit like Philip's Vermonte. He mentioned earlier in the day that he was a little bit sceptical about the power of MIKTA, and I've probably been a little bit in that same boat. And then I was thinking about my own personal experiences living in Australia, having been posted to Mexico and spending a couple of years there. Today in my current role with the Asia Institute, working very closely with our biggest neighbour, Indonesia, but also working with colleagues in Korea and colleagues right across the Asia-Pacific region. And I'm also involved in an engagement group with the G20, the W20, which was really put forward into action by Turkey. So it's interesting when you start to think about the connections that exist. In many ways, they are uneven. Those common interests can be difficult to find, and perhaps they are, much like Evie Fitriani mentioned earlier, a little bit thin on the ground, but nonetheless, they are there and evident in different activities that I think each of these nations is engaged in. And I think that's something really positive to work with. And I would note that Jeffrey Robertson this morning talked in a fairly pessimistic way about the nature of the connections and what MIKTA might achieve. But I thought in finishing, he was spot on in saying, if we are to make this work, we have to invest in effort into the kinds of dialogues we're having, at what level they are happening at. We have to invest effort into the way that we can support each other, including at the moment, in a current environment where ministries of foreign affairs are under increasing pressure and cost to save money, to produce efficiency dividends, without necessarily domestic constituencies to support them. And additionally, where diplomacy is increasingly undervalued. Diplomacy not just in its traditional sense, but of course across a number of public dimensions as well. And I think Korea is well placed to advance that sense of value in diplomacy. So I think we are in a really difficult situation today in rethinking or reimagining the kind of contribution that MIKTA might make in a post-COVID world, indeed, not just in responding to COVID-19, but in recovery from it. And to this end, I've been asked to comment on my fellow panellist Emel's paper. And I have to say, I'm in complete agreement with your paper, Emel. I thought, you know, what you have done is given us a pathway, a model for thinking about what MIKTA might take forward in the next couple of years, with a particular focus on niche diplomacy through the lens of health governance. I thought that the approach that you've taken to actually justifying this idea, looking at the inward and outward patterns of activity, of compliance, of behaviour, is absolutely critical. And one of the things that I had noticed in going over the past 7 years worth of MIKTA activity and dialogue, whether it was at a foreign minister level, at a senior official level, or at an academic level, there is such an emphasis on very idealistic, lofty statements of commitment and shared values, but very little self-reflection on where each of these nations might be actually coming in to an issue from. And I think it's particularly important for us today in a world where national and domestic priorities are often very blurred with our international activity and behaviours and priorities. We have to find a way to actually look both inwardly and examine our priorities inwardly and our behaviours and outcomes, and what that means and says about our international behaviours. So I think that's actually a model that could be taken forward in the MIKTA process. It's something that we also see at play in the G20 process, and there is excellent work done by the G20 Research Organisation to map and monitor compliance of G20 nations with the commitments that they make through the Leaders' Summit each year. And I think that's something that we should be applying if MIKTA is to move forward and to be practical and to have impact on the ground. I would absolutely agree, and I think Emil was reflecting the discussion from earlier in the day as well, that when you look at what MIKTA has achieved, it is uneven, it is patchy, and impact and effectiveness is not particularly evident in any given field. There are some good statements that have been made, but if you look at the activities, particularly around the edges of large multilateral fora, you know, it's a very weak kind of contribution. And that could well be because of an agenda that is simply too unwieldy, that changes from year to year, and that is often driven from issue to issue. So by focusing in on a common issue of concern, and global health, governance and security, I think, is one that is not just relevant but timely, where there are complementarities across the different nations, and I think Emil has demonstrated that, but there are also gaps, both in domestic and international behaviours, where MIKTA may well have an opportunity to drive the agenda forward in a constructive way. And I would also agree that the G20 provides a mechanism that each of the MIKTA nations can contribute to, not just through the leaders fora and through the different task forces within that G20 structure, but also through those different engagement groups, whether that is civil society, business, looking at women and looking at young people, all groups that have particular interests in how we handle health, governance and security going forward. And some of those groups that are particularly vulnerable, and I'm thinking in particular about women, business in a small SME and micro capacity, and young people. So in fact, potentially, rather than the UN, it is in the G20 that the MIKTA coalition derives the greatest strength. So if I were to add a couple of things to this particular health governance agenda going forward, and nothing here is out of step with what Emil has put forward already, potentially just to accentuate or highlight additional ideas, I would suggest there's a real opportunity here to widen the dialogue beyond political leaders, beyond senior officials that tend to be in a very general capacity, towards experts. Academics in the international relations and diplomacy space, sure, but also experts in our science and health spaces as well. Potentially even also to, if we're thinking about global health governance, to looking at how hospitals, you know, where can we bring a dialogue between hospitals that are achieving outcomes on the ground as well, so that they can share best practice and knowledge. And there are those networks, particularly through the One Health network, that exist that could really be developed. Secondly, I think looking to innovative collaborations. Again, not just talking about what we're each doing in a research perspective, but actually looking to fund and drive forward collaborative research and practice, again, focusing in on that health, hospital, community health space. And that could also incorporate an emphasis on vaccine development. And I thought the last intervention around vaccines is quite a critical and important one that should be included in this discussion. Thirdly, again, to unlock and mobilize capital. We often ask and look to governments to contribute funds for capital investment. I think we should also be involving the private sector in these conversations, and philanthropic organisations as well, and thinking creatively about how those funds might be utilised and invested for collaborative outcomes. And finally, to communicate outcomes more widely. One of the things that I think became very clear through the COVID pandemic is that our risk communication in times of pandemics is poor and very fragmented. And we can actually develop much more coherent standards and practices within a WHO framework under the international health regulations to improve the kind of risk communication that is disseminated from the highest levels right out to grassroots communities. MIKTA, with a focus on global health governance, could contribute to that space. Finally, just to conclude, I think this is an important agenda item, not just because it's timely and relevant now, but because MIKTA is at a point in its existence where being able to demonstrate a track record, being able to demonstrate a common purpose and outcomes is critical to its ongoing existence. But I don't think it should stop there. And I think if we are able to strategize and cast forward, there is an opportunity to lift ambition. Human health cannot be considered in isolation. And the devastating and unprecedented impact of COVID-19 underscores the urgency for global cooperation, not just in this health space, but across social, economic, and environmental challenges. So looking at how we might underpin human with planetary health could be something that MIKTA might contribute to in the future. As governments shift from their response into a recovery mode and think about the opportunities for cooperation, we might think about the opportunity to deliver a double dividend outcome, maximising the investments that we're each making now into economic recovery to achieve better health outcomes, but also climate-friendly, sustainable growth on local, regional and global scales. And the need for this has never been more compelling. Australia and Indonesia have some good examples where they're operating together in some of these areas. I think that can easily be shared across the MIKTA nations so that each is able to support the other through collaborative research, through capacity building and through shared examples of good practice. Working together through formal and informal diplomatic mechanisms, through public and traditional diplomacy, we should be looking to a longer-term vision to lift ambitions right across the globe and to bring substance to the idea that someone mentioned much earlier around how we can go about building back better. So I'll leave it there and pass on back to the chair, Professor Choi.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And the Professor Bourne actually argues that she actually agree with that the middle power has a lot of potential in promoting multilateral cooperation, but we need to focus on the issues of the compliance and the commitment. And then also she proposed very useful suggestions for promoting multilateral cooperation by the middle powers. And our last discussant is the Professor Erika Ruiz Sandoval, a CID from Mexico, and then she will give the comments on both presentations. And could you start, please?
Thank you very much, Professor Choi. It's a pleasure to be here, and I thank all the organizers for having us meet, even if it's through Zoom, but it's always worth it to exchange ideas. I also have to say I have a close relationship with MIKTA because I've worked with it from both an academic perspective and a public policy perspective. The reporting by which we decided to participate in MIKTA in Mexico was basically written on my desk. And I was also a senior official for MIKTA. So I do know both worlds. I know how we academics try and give attributes to these creations in many ways, and sometimes are frustrated by the fact that there's a capabilities expectations gap that we don't seem to understand. But I've also worked with it from the public policy perspective, and I know it's hard to move the car forward and convince people that this is a useful resource. I have to say that COVID-19, and as we have seen through the discussions during the whole day, has basically revealed many things about the world we live in that perhaps we knew deep down inside us, but we were not willing to acknowledge. I think at this point in time, it was as if we went through an X-ray machine and finally discovered that we have some tumors, some broken bones, and some things lacking that we need to fix if we want to continue with our lives in terms of the general international community. I think we also tend to say that we're all in this together. Yes, we are going through the same storm, but we're not all in the same boat. And I think that's something that we need to keep in mind. Even within MIKTA, we're not in the same boat. I think Professor Parler's tables are very revealing in terms of the differences that the pandemic has created among our countries. The number of deceased people is definitely not comparable from Mexico to Korea, for example. I mean, Korea is talking about 300 something deaths, while we're, the data for today is 72,000 dead people as acknowledged by the government. So we're in very different universes in that sense. I think we're depending perhaps too much on historical analogies, and we're trying to find our way through these historical analogies, but we're going through a very new and different era, and we're moving towards the unknown, basically, and that creates a lot of uncertainty and of fear. And fear is definitely a bad counselor for everybody, for policymakers, for academics, for researchers. We should try and prevent falling into the abyss of fear, because that will not allow us to think clearly. The other danger, I think, and we've seen it through the discussions today, is that we're thinking from a static perspective. We're thinking that we're going to come out of this the same way we entered it, that we're still going to be middle powers, that we're still going to be middle income countries, that we're still going to be having that same space in the international scenario that we think we deserve or have, and that we don't know for sure, because for many of our countries, even within MIKTA, the reality at the end will be very different, at least from the predictions in terms of GDP fall. In the case of Mexico, almost 12% this year. The number of poor people that are going to enter that sector of the population is going to be huge. We're talking about 10 million in Mexico. So I think that positions us in a very different place from the one we had in 2013 when we started talking about MIKTA. I think also that with MIKTA, we've taken a really long time to build MIKTA. That is not a criticism, it's a fact. We've had a lot of trouble trying to define it. What is it? We just keep spelling it out. What's MIKTA? Well, it's Mexico, Indonesia, Korea, Turkey, and Australia, but we're still having trouble saying if it's a partnership, if it's an informal grouping, if it's a space. In Spanish, we call it a space, whatever that means. And it gives us a lot of trouble if we don't even know what we are and what we're here for. Definitions also include that we're the bathroom break group from the G20. Well, that's okay, but we still need to do something else. And we've done a lot of soul searching, and I think we can see that through all the communiques and the statements we've published as MIKTA. I mean, we've talked about everything: terrorism, Ebola, catastrophes, now COVID-19. We're trying to find our place and thinking about global self-governance as a possible niche is a good idea. I think it's the topic du jour. We definitely could find a place there, but we cannot forget that it's being geopoliticized. Health, it has become another tool of geopolitics. And we've seen it with the vaccine, as Professor Choi just explained. The rich countries are getting greater access to the vaccine, and all the others are trying to make an equitable and inclusive distribution of the vaccine, because again, we're all going through the same storm, but we don't all have the same means to participate in a war for the vaccine or in a race for the vaccine. And although the multilateral solution seems obvious, seems logical, we should all work together to get this done or worked out the best way possible, it doesn't seem to be politically feasible at this point in time. And I don't know if MIKTA has the clout at this point in time to choose global health governance as the niche, because all of a sudden it's not a soft issue or something where collaboration is obvious, but it has become weaponized in a sense. It has become part of the clash between great powers, of the race for more and more space within the international scene. I think we've taken a long time, but I also think we've learned a lot from each other in terms of how to deal with each other. It was mentioned by Professor Fitriani. We didn't know each other. Mexico is really, really far away. I once had to travel to Indonesia, and I discovered that it was exactly on the opposite side of the world. It took the same amount of time to travel through the Atlantic or through the Pacific for me. So we're definitely far away in that sense. And so we didn't know each other before, and now we're learning the ropes of how to deal with each other and what are our strengths and our weaknesses, etc. It also is important to remember what Professor Fitriani mentioned. We're not a priority for our governments as MIKTA. MIKTA seems to be an afterthought many times. It's something that once we work with it seems logical and seems useful, but it takes a lot of effort to get the wills together to actually think about MIKTA and use it as a tool, as a resource, as something that increases our power, our voice, or gives us a better standing in the world. So I think at this, there are many writings these days about what the world after COVID-19 will be like. And I think we're seeing a huge return of politics. And in that sense, I think MIKTA should also think about that. We need to learn to speak the language of politics. We need to figure out a way to be political in this world and to express our will and perhaps the will of other middle powers and of other regions that are just trying to be seen in the world today when we're going back to the whole great power clash. And as Professor Choi mentioned, the balance of power world again. We cannot play a role there. We were not going to balance one power against another. So we definitely need to find another space. So in the end, I do believe that we should first start at home, start at MIKTA. Let's improve ourselves before we decide to go and venture into the unknown with whatever niche we can find, we can work with together. I think the other logical niche, as Professor Perlar mentioned, is sustainable development, the environment, climate change. This is coming, and it's coming strong to our own countries. So we definitely have something to do there, and we've learned a lot after the pandemic. Now, I was just asking a friend of mine in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Mexico, have the MIKTA scientists met to talk about COVID-19? Not yet. It's in the works, but not yet. Well, I think it's high time they met. I think we've done a lot of top-down MIKTA. We need to do a lot more bottom-up MIKTA and a lot more of connecting communities and exchanging experiences. If scientists in MIKTA have not met yet, that means we haven't learned from each other yet useful lessons about the pandemic, how we've dealt with it, how we've made mistakes, or what are our good things in terms of dealing with the pandemic. Well, again, it's high time we started doing that first among the MIKTA members, and then we can go and see if we have a place in the world for us middle powers to talk about important and relevant issues in the world to come. Thank you so much.
Okay, Professor Professor Sandoval, and Professor Sandoval mentioned that despite of the similar status among MIKTA countries, but there are still, very, big differences among the member states. Therefore, we consider these differences more seriously and try to find a way to coordinate those differences. And thank you for your comments. And then now we will go back to the presenters, and then actually three discussants give the very important and useful comments on the two presentations. If two presenters want to respond to those comments, please do so. But within 3 minutes would be greatly appreciated. If Dr. Fitriani, yeah.
Sorry. Yes. Thank you, Professor Choi, and thank you, Professor Choi Hyunjun, for commenting on my presentation. I think your comments are very, very useful to enhance more our understanding on the circumstances that are facing by MIKTA at the moment, especially when you mentioned the balance of power politics among major powers that really a problem for us now in the era of COVID-19. Before COVID-19 era, it's already make difficult, but with this kind of circumstances, it's put us much more difficult situation. But your last explanation about WHO effort to pool resources of 170 countries to for a kind of cooperation, multilateral cooperation to provide a vaccine, I think is a kind of hopeful also for us. It's sure to us that actually, yes, major power have a competition, but doesn't mean that we cannot do anything else apart from their competition. So, and this effort by WHO on the collaboration on the vaccine, I think is one of the area that MIKTA can enhance its position. And I agree with Kathleen and doctors and Erica that it is time for MIKTA to show and to realize our potential. There is no better time. Perhaps this is the time to show that MIKTA is relevant and it is useful. Because in this kind of circumstances, MIKTA has potential. And we can start from collaboration on the vaccine, perhaps. Collaboration on the providing a better ideas on the global health governance to go beyond vaccine. So to think our world beyond vaccine. But I think maybe in the short term, thinking about how can these 5 countries in MIKTA can also, sorry, this is Friday morning time, so it's very noisy in Jakarta and Indonesia, particularly. I think it's so in this COVID era. I think MIKTA can also collaborate to push forward some arrangement for a fair access and inclusive access for the vaccine. Maybe we should push Minister of Health in each country, or maybe scholars on public health in each of our country to start to meet together. I can encourage my colleague from the Faculty of Public Health to get in touch, or maybe if we can facilitate them to get in touch and start discussion. How can because it is their area, public health, but maybe we can support them from behind. Start thinking about more possibility for these 5 countries to collaborate. And then later on, maybe scholars like us in international relations can join them to discuss on what we think more fair and global governance for the future. So just my response is very much start to pin down our macro discussion to a more realistic or maybe possible step ahead for MIKTA to show its relevance. So thank you again for all panelists for your commenter. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Next, Dr. Paradar, do you have a, yeah. Actually, could you turn on the, Dr. Paradar, we cannot hear you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I think they did. Thank you very much for your comments. First of all, I would like to thank Caitlin and Erika for their fruitful comments to my paper. And I fully share with their suggestions, especially with Catherine's suggestion about preparing compliance reports. Perhaps, I don't know, in two years ago when I was first invited to a MIKTA academic dialogue by an Indonesian colleague working in Indonesian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I had written in my email that perhaps we can think of establishing a sort of MIKTA working group and trying to publish compliance reports as did University of Toronto, as did by university as John Kirton and his team are doing after each annual summit. So I think it can be useful. It can be a useful tool in order to increase the functionality of MIKTA in the eyes of its members. Because I think the problem, one of the biggest problem of MIKTA is related with the belonging of, with the problem related with the ideational problems, I think. For example, I would like to talk about with Turkey's Turkish idea about MIKTA. When I first did my first research on Turkey's position in MIKTA and how Turkey look at MIKTA, etc., I realized that Turkey doesn't have a real middle power identity. So perhaps this is why Turkey has adopted a lower stance against MIKTA. So this kind of socialization problems exist among members. So MIKTA, please, as scholars, we must accept MIKTA as an evolving structure, as an evolving grouping. So socialization is still ongoing. So while looking at MIKTA's policies, or while considering MIKTA's deficiencies and potentialities, we must always take into account this ongoing socialization process. It is an evolving structure. I think this is a very important proposition. Compliance reports can increase MIKTA members' understanding of MIKTA. And perhaps this can help them push themselves to comply with their own commitments done at the annual summits or at the foreign ministers' meetings, etc. Another comment which was very interesting was Erika's comment regarding the different possibilities, the different stories of each MIKTA member. I think you are right. Each MIKTA member has different story, has different trajectories, but this pandemic can create a good opportunity for MIKTA members to create a common ground and to take common positions against a common problem, which is pandemic. Now we are at the stage of we are not at the initial stage of the pandemic outbreak. So during the distribution of vaccine and during the research on vaccine, perhaps this common space can be functionalized and can be much more operationalized among members. Another important topic regarding MIKTA's future policies is, as I stated in my presentation, perhaps I forgot, I couldn't go into details about this topic, is about MIKTA's possible role in global health assistance. I think it is very important if MIKTA members can act collectively in development cooperation, especially in the field of health sector. This can also improve MIKTA's status, because, as you know, most of the MIKTA members are important donors in the international development sector. So if they can come together and they can collaborate to give a common response to the third countries, to the least developed countries, and to create a loan, or I don't know what kind of structure, what kind of framework they can create. This can also be very useful for raising MIKTA's visibility and impact.
Okay, thank you very much. And then now actually we have only 5 minutes left, but the online audience sent us many interesting questions. So I actually selected a couple of them, but since we don't have enough time to cover all the questions, I actually would like to pick up one very simple and very strong questions. So the question is that what would be the most urgent task for this MIKTA cooperation in terms of the health governance? And then the second, it's kind of same question. And what kind of, what is the most important values this MIKTA cooperation should pursue? So my question is, what is the most urgent task? And then what kind of the values that these MIKTA countries should pursue for their multilateral cooperation? This question is open for every panelist. So any volunteer? Okay.
Go ahead. Can I try to answer the first question? I think maybe cooperation if we do not produce, but at least we distribute a vaccine for all. For at least we collaborate to prove that MIKTA is useful and relevant. Collaborate in vaccine. Not maybe product can also distribution or research. It's also still possible, because what vaccine doing now is making under pressure, and maybe it's not a perfect. So maybe MIKTA can slowly develop a better vaccine by start collaboration. I think it's to prove that our relevance. That's maybe for the first question. Thank you.
Maybe I'll jump in as well now. Oh, sorry, Professor Choi, were you speaking? No. Okay. I wonder if there's an opportunity for MIKTA nations to fairly urgently share experiences on test and tracing. One of the things I thought was so interesting is the very different experiences that have occurred across the different MIKTA countries, and yet we have also all had spikes in outbreaks in different parts, and we've responded to those differently. So I think we can learn a lot from each other just in how we've been managing the testing and tracing process, and how that has helped to suppress the pandemic in communities. The other area I would say we need to urgently talk about further is the impact of COVID-19 on women, whether that relates to women in healthcare, women in the workforce, and women experiencing more domestic violence. We know that COVID-19 is having a disproportionate impact on women in all of those domains, and we should be doing more to actually address that. I think that will be a key issue for the G20, hopefully. Going forward, then that's something we could potentially get some traction on.
Okay, thank you. And actually, time's up. So this is all for this session. And I would like to thank you all the panelists and audiences for their active participation. And I hope all of you can stay healthy and strong. And thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you.
Great to meet you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all for sharing your knowledge and views with us today. For the wrap up, I would like to invite Professor Sang-Wan Lee again to the stage. Please welcome him again.
Thank you very much. I think it passed midnight in Mexico, I think so. Anyway, thank you very much for staying on the line until now. Today it's time to wrap up today's sessions shortly. Today we deal with post-COVID-19 global order and MIKTA's role as a middle power partnership. All presenters and the panelists expressed both expectation and concern for the future of MIKTA. They are worried about deglobalization, trade protectionism, weakening of democratic norms and practices, challenges to multilateralism, economic recession, and its related governmental budget squeeze in global communities of post-COVID-19 period. This morning, as Professor Jeffrey Robertson from Australia mentioned, most importantly, COVID-19 has tightened foreign ministry budget across the world. The capacity to support the multiple programs in MIKTA will come under increasing pressures, and MIKTA will face the budget squeeze risk. However, I hope and I believe that the middle power initiatives like MIKTA are not going to fade out on stages of global governance in the future. On the other hand, the professor just before Ebi Fitriani from Indonesia pointed out that major countries create magnitude challenges to multilateralism. Nevertheless, the pandemic and the crisis can be overcome by multilateral cooperation. I agree. MIKTA has potentials to be an alternative coalition to promote multilateral cooperation, especially build on inclusive global health governance, even if MIKTA has collective weaknesses to materialize its promises. And Professor Emel Dar from Turkey proposed the creation of a fund similar to the BRICS Emergency Assistance Loan. It is a meaningful suggestion, I think. In order to be an influential actor in the eyes of the global public opinion, more importantly, I agree, MIKTA members must work harder so that COVID-19 policies would not result in both the weakening of democratic norms and practices and the strengthening of authoritarian politics in their own countries and elsewhere. Finally, I would like to replace my laptop with Professor Jorge Schiavon's arguments in his paper. In order for MIKTA countries to serve as middle, regional, and constructive powers, they needed to consolidate the support of all relevant state and non-state actors in their countries, allowing MIKTA to become a relevant mechanism to promote and generate public goods in the international system, in particular, in times of international sanitary crisis like COVID-19 and its economic effects. Thank you very much. Take care, stay strong. Thank you.
Thank you, President Lee. So it's almost the end of MIKTA academic dialogue. We have last one for concluding remarks. Jae Bok-jang, the Ambassador and Deputy Minister for Public Diplomacy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in South Korea, will deliver the concluding remarks.
Hola, selamat siang, 안녕하세요, merhaba, good day. I believe that today's MIKTA academic dialogue, though held virtually, allows us to have such fruitful and productive discussions despite various locations and time difference. Following your excellent presentations and active discussions today, I'd like to quote famous writer William Wordsworth, saying, I quote, "Wisdom is oftentimes nearer when you stoop than we soar." In particular, in the midst of ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, it is much meaningful for scholars and experts from MIKTA member states to share views on post-COVID-19 global orders and seek for ways to strengthen multilateralism and global health cooperation to overcome this pandemic. MIKTA is also a valuable public diplomacy platform to enhance mutual understandings and exchanges among 5 countries from diverse cultures and regions. Therefore, I wish that MIKTA academic dialogue that we have held today would infuse new creative energy to revitalize and enrich academic exchanges among MIKTA member states to extend the scope of MIKTA partnership. Last but not least, I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to the distinguished presenters, panelists, and moderators, as well as participants around the world. Gracias, terima kasih, 감사합니다, teşekkür. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ambassador Zhang. So this is all we have today. I would like to express our sincere appreciation to all participants and audiences. Thanks a lot once again for watching the dialogue today. Hope to see you again soon.